Morning, everyone. Go ahead and read the mission statement. The mission of the Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners is to promote the health and safety and economics well-being of the public through regulation and licensing of veterinarian practices and veterinarian technicians. The board also investigates complaints, conducts applications and disciplinary hearings in accordance with the statutes and regulations. I also need to read the fact public notice of this meeting was properly posted in the South Carolina Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners Office, Synergy Business Park, Kingston's building, and provided to all requesting people, organizations, and media and news media in compliance with Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. Give a quick status on board members updates. At this time, there is one board seat vacant, the public member seat. Interested individuals may submit a cover letter and a resume to the office, the South Carolina Office of Boards and Commissions. There is one expired seat, the District 5 veterinarian representative. The District 4 veterinarian representative seat expires in April of '26. A call for nominations for the veterinarian to serve in that position was sent out to the veterinarians in the district, and nominations were received. An election is forthcoming. Per South Carolina Code of Law 40-69-10A, terms of the members are for 6 years or until the successor is appointed and qualified. This time, let's move to the motion for approval of the agenda.
Motion for approval of agenda, Brown.
Wallace.
All in favor?
Aye.
Got a little off the agenda right off the bat. Now we're going to skip over the mission and the members' statistics. We're going to, at this point, move to introduction of board members. We'll start with Dr. May.
John Mayfield, veterinary member at large from Gaffney, South Carolina.
Don Wallace, District 1 member.
Scott Bryant, District 4, Vice Chairman.
Todd Brown, District 7.
James Coker, District 6.
Mark Moore, District 3.
Kendall Bach, veterinary technician at large.
We have two board members that are not with us today, Dr. Mackey, who just had her baby, and Dr. I can receive a motion to excuse their absences.
Motion to excuse absences, Brown.
Second, Wallace.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next item on the agenda will be the approval of the minutes from the September 11th meeting. Motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve minutes, Brown.
Second, Moore.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now let's move to staff reports. The Office of Statistics report.
Good morning. I am Jarixa Alexander, and I am going to provide this status report for information only. So this data was collected from the beginning of the year until November 13, and at that time, we have received 111 complaints. We had 25 active investigations, and we have closed 112 cases. And then, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Do you have any questions or anything? Okay.
So the second report, we have 7 cases recommended for dismissal and 2 formal complaints.
Start with the dismissals. Anyone have any questions on the cases up for dismissal? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the dismissals?
Motion to approve dismissals, Brown.
Second, Bach.
Discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We have two cases that are submitted for formal complaint. Can I get a motion to approve the two formal complaints?
Motion to approve formal complaints, Brown.
Second, Coker.
Discussion? All in favor of approving the two cases for formal complaints, by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next report is the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. Mr. Elam.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is for informational purposes only and does not require a vote. The statistics in the Office of Disciplinary Counsel are that we currently have 20 open cases. 6 of those are pending hearings and agreements. Since the beginning of this year, we have closed 19 cases. Since the last board hearing, we have closed 4 cases. Again, this is for informational purposes. I will attempt to answer any questions if you have any, though.
Any questions for Mr. Elam? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we'll move to our Executive Director report.
Everyone, wait, can you hear me? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's working. Apologize. These microphones sometimes still get me. Everyone, I just have, I guess, a few things for you today. But before I begin, I wanted to update everyone. I did present to the South Carolina Association of Veterinarians at their Palmetto Veterinary Conference on the 17th, I believe it was, of November. And I think that went very well. I was surprised that no one went to sleep with the very exciting material I had for them. And I had a line of people afterwards with questions, which I thought was great. And I'd also been told that the association had gotten good feedback. So I'm always happy to, of course, go speak anywhere anyone needs me to. I spoke about your regulatory updates for your continuing education, let everybody know about that. Also talked about reminded everyone that their licenses will expire on January 1st of 2027, and then presented on the complaint investigation and the disciplinary process. So just wanted to give you guys an update on that. And I wanted to let you know that Ms. Bach has been appointed to the AAVSB's Regulation and Policy Committee. Is that right? RPC. Yeah, Regulatory Policy. It wasn't right. So she has been appointed to the Regulatory Policy Committee for the AAVSB, which I think is exciting news. And then regarding the election for Dr. Bryant's seat, we ran into a few little snags now. I'm hoping that will go out next week. It could go out as early as tomorrow, but I feel like that is me being way too hopeful. So I wanted to let you guys know that is coming out. And then otherwise, for your statistics, you currently have 2,794 active veterinarians and 995 technicians. I thought you all might want to know what the licensure looks like, new licenses looks like to date. To date for 2025, there have been 236 new veterinarian licenses and 93 technicians for a total of 329 new licenses. For the same period last year, there were 203 veterinarians and 101 veterinary technicians for a total of 304. And then last year for 2024 total, there were 215 new veterinary licenses and 105 new techs for a total of 320. So your total, as of today, is already ahead of your total for last year, but it's more veterinarians than veterinary technicians. So that was just for your information. And then your financial report, as of October 31st, your ending cash total was $48,919.11. Just to remind you all that it is not unusual, well, it is your pattern to go into the negative on an off year. Once we get to the end of fiscal year, you may see a negative, and then on your renewal years, you go back into the positive, so it kind of all comes out in the wash. But you did have a slight fee increase for your renewals that we will see with the next renewal system, so, or cycle. And that's all I got for you.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? Thank you. Are we ready for our first hearing? Is everyone present for the first hearing?
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, the respondent for the first hearing is in a conference room with her attorney. I told her that when the case was up, I would come and get them.
Okay.
With your permission, I'll leave the chamber. Thank you.
Let's call this hearing to order. Quorum of the board is present. This is a disciplinary hearing in the matter of Christiana Annalise Belcher, DVM case number 2021-105, being held in Columbia, South Carolina on December 4th, 2025. My name is Dr. George Scott Bryant, Vice Chairman of the South Carolina Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners. The attorneys assigned to advise us during this hearing, Hardwick Stewart, Vice Counsel of LLR. Robert Elam, Assistant Disciplinary Counsel, represents the state. This hearing is being held in accordance with South Carolina Code 40-1-90, the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act, and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners. Does any member of this board have a reason to recuse himself, him or her from this matter? For the formal complaint, notice of hearing, and other relevant documents furnished to each member of the board.
Yes. That's you.
Is respondent represented by counsel?
Yes, Cameo McCullum here on behalf of Dr. Belcher.
State shall present its case, then the respondent shall present its case. After all the evidence is presented, both sides may make closing arguments if they wish. The state will have the option of being the first or last to make its closing argument. Everyone is reminded that this hearing is being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks shall be directed to the chair. There are no pre-hearing motions. We will hear opening arguments from the state, followed by the representatives. I think we have to swear everybody in first, correct?
Yes, sir. And the state has two witnesses, Chasey Robertson, who is here, and Tracy Adams. Well, Tracy's not in the room right now, but she can always be sworn later. And I'm not sure how many witnesses Cameo has.
Just one, Dr. Belcher.
If you all would please stand, raise your right hand. Thank you. You all solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
Mr. Elam, if you want to start with the opening statement.
And thank you. And the one kind of routine housekeeping thing I'd like to do, as usual, as State's Exhibit Number 1, I'd like to go ahead and place into evidence simply a copy of why we are here. We do this with every case. The copy of State's Exhibit 1 includes my cover letter of October 3rd, 2025, to Ms. Joseph McCullum, stating that enclosed is a notice of hearing and a formal complaint setting the hearing date for today, December 4th, 2025, at 9 o'clock. And at this time, I just want to go ahead and put a copy of that into evidence. I believe the board members all have a copy of that in the secure folder that they had access to. And if Attorney Joseph McCullum has no objection to that, then I'd like to go and just get that in evidence and continue with my opening.
Objection, okay, thank you.
And my opening will be very brief. As you already know now, the state has two witnesses in this case. Chasey Robertson, whom you will hear is the pet owner involved in the case, and ex-investigator Tracy Adams, who was back to talk about the investigation she did in this case. The allegations in the case you may have seen if you had a chance to preview the formal complaint in this matter, but the allegations concern professional behavior, unprofessional behavior, and violation of principles of the veterinary medical ethics under the AVMA. Without further ado, the state's prepared to call the witnesses to talk about what they experienced in this case.
Objection.
Respondent has an opening statement. If it's appropriate after state's witnesses, then that's fine.
You want the respondent to make the statement now, or would rather have your witness?
I'll defer to her if she wants to wait on it.
You
She
want to
can
go ahead
do
and make
that,
your
or if
opening
she wants to
statement?
go and do it now, that's fine.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call your witness.
All right, thank you. The state calls Chasey Robertson. morning, Ms. Robertson.
Good morning.
I appreciate your being here. Just before you start talking, it's important to keep your mouth close to the microphone so it picks up your voice. These are noise canceling. If you get too far back, they won't pick you up. And it's important for everything to get into the tape recorder, the court reporter, and of course it's important for the board members to hear what you're saying. So to get you used to talking, would you please tell us a little about yourself?
So my name is Chasey Robertson. I live in Lawrence, South Carolina. I am in the trucking industry and a dog mom of 2. Glad to be here this morning.
And can you tell us a little bit about a creature named Turbo?
Creature is appropriate for Turbo. So he is almost 8. He's an 8-year-old Great Dane Pit Bull mix. Adopted him 4 years ago. He is just a wild man. He is just sweet, loving. If I talk about him, I could talk about him all day. He's hyper. He's just precious. I found him on Pet Finder, and it was shocking, just quite revolutionary. I've never met a dog quite like Turbo. Most people respond that way when they meet him, but I absolutely love him. He is just my child for all intents and purposes. So
And would you repeat his age, please?
he's 8. He'll be 8 soon.
8?
Yeah.
And the events we're going to talk about are a little while ago, weren't they?
Yes, 4 years ago.
4 years? So he's about 4 back then?
Correct.
All right. And would you repeat the breed again?
He is a Great Dane Pit Bull mix. The previous owner adopted him from the shelter, so everything's just estimated as far as birth date and breed is best guess.
Okay. And when did Turbo come into your life?
I adopted him October 28th, 2021.
October 28th, a little before Halloween,
Yep.
2021. All right. When you adopted Turbo, did you live in Lawrence?
No, I was in Simpsonville at the time.
Simpsonville. And so it's it's October 28th, 2021. You've adopted a little dog, Great Dane Pit Bull mix, and you're living in Simpsonville. Tell me about your care of Turbo.
So he is actually high anxiety. He's currently medicated daily. He is, I would say, separation anxiety. He does well with other dogs now. He went to daycare and we did some training. But personality-wise, he's just happy and just sweet. He's about 90 pounds, so we do special diet with his breed, and especially with him being a little older and being a Great Dane. So he does require a lot of attention, a lot of working with him daily, and just, he's special.
Okay. How has his health been?
So his health has been good. He's done really well with his medication. He's just prescribed anxiety medication. He's on gabapentin and fluoxetine, which is essentially Prozac. But we do a lot of work just on nerves. But as far as health-wise, his new vet is perfect. We do his annual wellness check, and he checks out great every time, especially for his age and breed.
Okay, so a new vet. Is that because you recently moved to Lawrence, or?
I moved to Lawrence in 2022. I purchased my home there, and he's been seeing the same vet there, which is Miss Culbertson at Holmes Veterinarian.
Holmes?
Yeah.
Okay. So I take it that you're one of those pet owners who does take the pet to the vet. Are you regular at that?
Yes, so he goes annually for his checkups, and then luckily we haven't had any, illnesses or anything that he needed to go other than just vaccines and regular routine checkups.
Okay. So going back to the day that you adopted Turbo, October 28th, 2021, what was your knowledge of his medical snapshot at that time?
So the previous owner, her name was Melissa, she had his medical records, and she also had him on medications. I think he was doing trazodone at the time, but it wasn't daily as he does now. But she had his updated records, his updated heartworm information. He was on the Simparica trio that he took, so I had all of that information from her.
Okay. And what kind of things, if anything, what were you thinking about regarding his vet care now that you're the new parent?
So I had to obviously get his records and from the vet because I wanted to transfer his vet to Simpsonville closer to me and
Okay,
just
let me
keep him
stop
up
you
to
there.
date.
You said you had to get his records from the vet. Who was the vet?
That was Richland Creek.
Richland Creek.
Correct.
And who's the veterinarian at Richland Creek?
That was Miss Belcher.
Belcher, is Miss Belcher, well, you've probably never met her before, have you?
Correct, no.
But that was your understanding of who the veterinarian is?
Correct.
Okay. So you need the medical records. Why did you want the transfer them to another place?
So Richland Creek was in Greenville, and once again, I was in Simpsonville. So the convenient of location, and then I had used Cleveland Park years prior when I had dogs, and then they had an office in Simpsonville, which was convenient for location, and their hours were flexible and easy to schedule. They were super friendly anytime I talked to them.
All right. And did you have heartworm or any other kind of medication concerns immediately when you adopted Turbo?
So I adopted Turbo October 28th, and his next heartworm medication, or Simparica trio, it's for fleas, ticks, all of that good stuff, that was due to be given to him. His next monthly one was the beginning of November.
And was that a problem or an issue for you?
No, he still had the prescription, a written prescription for it. So I was able to order 2-month cycle for that medication. It's a written prescription required medication.
So that sounds like you had November, December covered?
Correct.
All right. Did you take active steps with this Cleveland Park Animal Hospital in Simpsonville to set up an appointment for Turbo?
Yes, so once I had purchased the November, December medication, I reached out to them to schedule him for his next annual, which would have been, his appointment was scheduled for March 2022.
March 2022?
Correct.
All right. In the meantime, with the trio Simparica, I didn't say that right, I'm sorry. Did you have enough to cover you, to bridge you until that March appointment?
No, so I just had November, December. So I adopted him the 28th of October, and then I ordered it the 2nd of November for November and December.
Okay. So in the meantime, before the March appointment that was scheduled at Cleveland Park Animal Hospital in Simpsonville, did you have things that you needed from the respondent, from Dr. Belcher's facility at Richland Creek?
Yes, so the prescription had expired, and to receive that medication, a negative heartworm test is required. So the heartworm test that Turbo had was in March of 2021, so obviously I knew that was negative. So I needed that prescription to be renewed, and to have that renewed, you have to have the negative heartworm test. So I tried to go through Cleveland Park to get his medication from December to March. But at that point, they had not tested Turbo for heartworms, so they needed the negative heartworm test for him.
Okay. So therefore, you needed the record from Richland Creek Animal Hospital?
Correct.
Did you ask for it?
Yes.
And what happened?
So I tried to reach out to get the records, the negative heartworm test, and the written prescription. I also had Cleveland Park in Simpsonville reaching out to get the records so that they could have the negative heartworm test and then prescribe the medication there. We were not able to get through to the office. Multiple attempts were made, calls from me and also Cleveland Park. When we were able to get through, we were told that we would get the records, and it was delayed. I gave a fax number for Cleveland Park. I gave the fax number for my office. My email and phone number were on file, and those were not received for weeks. Multiple calls, multiple emails, no response to the emails. So it was difficult to get the records, met with just unprofessional customer service and just not helpful. It was very difficult to obtain the information or even speak to anyone to attempt to obtain the information.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to show you an item that's been pre-marked as Exhibit Number 10. And I'm going to see if excuse me, I'm going to see if Ms. Joseph McCullum has any objection to this exhibit, but otherwise I'm going to have you testify about it.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. So let me ask you regarding Exhibit Number 10, is this an example of your communications with the Richland Creek Animal Hospital?
This was an attempt to communicate with them via email regarding Turbo's records, yes.
All right, and would you, and it says it looks like it's an email. It's from you, J.C. Robertson. Is the date correct? It says November 30th of 2021.
That is correct.
So that would be about a month after you adopted Turbo,
Correct.
give or take. And it says it's to Richland Creek Animal Clinic.
Correct.
And it looks like you're actually responding to, is this correct? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you responding to an email you received from Richland Creek Animal Clinic 4 days before November 26th?
Correct. So this was, ironically enough, an advertisement for heartworm medication. So this is, once again, after I had attempted to call Cleveland Park, had attempted to call, and we were getting no response.
Or, excuse me, if I understood you correctly, you said sometimes you would get a response that it was going to be complied with, but it wasn't?
Correct.
Was that the medication or the records or both?
The records, and then just regarding getting a prescription for the medication.
All right. So in the text of your email back to them, you say what?
My new vet and I both have been calling for weeks. Can someone please give me a call? I am trying to make appointments for my pet and need information from your office. Since nobody answers the phone or returns voicemails, is it best just to come into your office?
Okay. And did you get an email back or any kind of phone response to that?
I did not.
All right. But again, that's just one example of your attempts to get what you needed for Turbo?
Correct.
All right. Well, did you eventually break down and create a Google review about your experience?
I did, yes.
Do you recall one?
I believe that was written December 1st, 2021.
Okay. All right. And I think we'll get to the text of that in just a minute, but in the days after December 1st, did you keep trying to get records? Did you keep trying to get a prescription to continue the heartworm treatment?
Yes.
And did you eventually hear from somebody at Richland Creek Animal Clinic?
Yes.
And who did you hear from? Just tell us what happened.
So on December 6th, 2021, obviously.
5 days after the review?
Correct, 5 days after I had written the Google review. I received a call from Ms. Belcher.
What was the substance of that call? It's okay for you to say what she said.
So whenever I received the call, Ms. Belcher questioned the Google review and made a comment in regards to that I had been able to order the prescription before, which was correct for the November, December, prior to the written prescription expiring. The primary focus of that conversation was regarding the negative Google review. She stated that if I would take the Google review down, she would help me with the prescription, meaning she would write the prescription for me if I took down the negative Google review. Her reasoning behind that was the LLR reads those reviews, and negative reviews could negatively affect her license.
She said that to you in that phone call?
Correct.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibits number 2 and Exhibit number 3 at this time. Excuse me. I understand Ms. Joseph McCollum has no objection to Exhibits 2 and 3, and I'd like to go ahead and move those into evidence.
Okay.
And at this point, while I'm thinking about those kinds of housekeeping matters, I'm making sure that Exhibit number 10 was moved into evidence. It's certainly been published. Okay.
So all exhibits have been moved into evidence, correct? So with no
Believe so.
objection?
Objection.
All right. Have you seen Exhibit number 2 before?
Yes, that was the complaint I filed with the LLR.
Okay. And you said the telephone call you received was on December 6th, 2021. Is that correct? What day did you file a complaint with LLR?
December 6th.
Same day that you got the phone call?
Correct.
Okay. What is the text of your complaint to LLR on that day that you received the phone call from Dr. Belcher?
I received a call from Ms. Belcher on 12/6/21 in regards to a Google review that I left on 12/1/21 for Richland Creek Animal Hospital. She stated that the board looks at those reviews and that could affect her license. She stated multiple times that if I would delete my Google review, that she would assist me with purchasing medication for my dog. She then updated my patient history report and faxed that to me, as well as the new vet I will be visiting. The forms I received were completely unprofessional, inaccurate, aggressive, and incoherent. I called back and spoke with her manager, Jordan Bennett. Ms. Bennett stated that Ms. Belcher could not withhold medication from my dog because of a negative Google review. Ms. Bennett also states she would be correcting the patient history report that Ms. Belcher had sent over and sending over the corrected version.
So at some point the same day, you actually talked to a second person at the facility, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And would you compare the demeanor of the first caller versus the second person you spoke to on the phone?
So when I spoke with Jordan Bennett, I believe she was the office manager. She said that she was Mrs. Belcher's manager. She was professional and apologetic in tone. I think she sounded as surprised as I was regarding the conversation I had with Miss Belcher regarding the prescription and medical records.
And so, and then go ahead and characterize you've already talked about it a bit, but characterize the conversation you had with Dr. Belcher earlier that morning.
As I described the medical records that I received, it was unprofessional, aggressive, almost threatening in tone, with being told to take down a Google review, or the LLR may, that may affect her license. That was actually how I knew who to contact in regards to the complaint, when she advised that LLR reads negative Google reviews, and that's how they review licensing. It was very concerning. And then, of course, as a pet owner, it's concerning now that I'm facing, I may have to have Turbo skip 2 to 3 months of his necessary heartworm flea prevention. It was overall shocking, just the lack of professionalism and then the aggressive tone. It was just very off-putting and startling, concerning.
All right. And to repeat what you wrote the same day that you received the telephone call from Dr. Belcher, she stated that the board looks at those reviews and that could affect her license. You're clear on that?
Correct. As I mentioned, that was actually how I knew who to contact. She said the LLR reads the negative Google reviews, and that's, kind of how licenses is judged, and if there are problems, that obviously would be who reviewed that, so that's how I knew who to contact.
And you wrote, she stated multiple times, so you're saying multiple times. Is that accurate?
As far as if I would take down the Google review, she would then write the prescription for Turbo's heartworm medication, correct?
Let's also take a look at State's Exhibit number 3, which you should have now in front of you, which is in evidence. I believe Dr. Belcher said she would send you the medical records. Is this the medical record she sent you?
Correct.
And is this the record that contains some things that further upset you?
Yes.
All right. We're talking a 3-page medical record, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, once you received that medical record and when you filed a complaint with LLR, did you send a copy of this medical record to LLR?
I did, yes.
Okay. And on page 2 of the medical record, it looks to contain an excerpt of a Google-type review. Is that an accurate excerpt of the review that you wrote on December 1st?
Correct.
Yes, that's the review you wrote?
Yes, that is the review.
All right. So what you said was critical reliability, responsiveness. Was that your wording for that, or?
No, so that's one of the categories you can select
Gotcha.
in the review.
All right. And you mentioned that you adopted a pet that was regularly seen by this vet office. Was that true?
Correct.
You called to buy heartworm medication. They were not at all easy to deal with. Okay. Since you, not the dog, was a new client, you'd have to do a consultation visit. Correct? That's
Correct, yes,
This is
sir.
everything you wrote in your review. The
Yes.
vet had been in about 6 months prior.
Yes.
So my new vet and I both called for weeks to get the pet's previous record. Nobody answered or returned calls.
Correct.
And we have yet to receive the records approximately 3 weeks later. And then you complain about limited hours. Yet another reason you changed the vet that your dog will be seeing. And then your final comment in parentheses is that you're currently on the phone on hold with them for 31 minutes.
Correct.
Was all of that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that was what you'd written on December 1st, and that was what Dr. Belcher was calling you about on December 6th?
Correct.
Okay, so in the medical records, it looks like there's a visit March 9th of 2021, but it really does look like the whole first page of the record regards maybe who and maybe the history concerning the review.
Yes, so that was what was really off-putting, why there was several excerpts regarding me, a Google review, and just some of it, as mentioned before, in my opinion, is incoherent. Some of it was hard to read, multiple inaccuracies. I'm not even sure why that would be included in a medical record regardless.
Okay, well, if it said that Turbo was adopted the day after the last visit, therefore it would have been adopted on March 10th, the date says 202001, but I guess they mean 2021. Would March 10th, 2021 be accurate? Is that the day you adopted Turbo?
No, I adopted him October 28th, 2021.
All right. If it hadn't been for this December 6th call by Dr. Belcher, would you have filed a complaint with LLR?
I didn't even know what LLR was, no.
So pretty much when she said that there's a board, they look at reviews that could affect her license, that's when you first got the idea that there was a board that you could complain to?
Correct.
And up to that point in time, what the events that caused you to write a negative Google review, would you have complained about that, or was it that compounded by the phone call that you received from Dr. Belcher that made you get active that day and file a complaint with LLR that same day?
So after the phone call with Ms. Belcher is when that whole phone call raised red flags as something is just does not seem right here, especially since we're basing licenses on Google reviews and written prescriptions on if I'll take down a review or not. It, once again, was very concerning. So that is why I filed the complaint once she stated LLR reads those reviews and could affect her license. That's when I knew a complaint needed to be filed.
Did you feel from, obviously you could not see, on a telephone call, you couldn't see Dr. Belcher face to face, but did you feel that she'd conducted herself in a professional manner?
No, not at all.
And did you feel that she was honest in the phone call?
No. So once again, it seems not very logical that licenses would be based on Google reviews. So then that's when, after that phone call, I had to gather myself with just the unprofessionalism, terrible, if you want to call it, customer service I had received. That's when I called the office manager there, Miss Bennett.
So did it offend you that she offered to swap taking down this review for the medication your pet needed?
Absolutely.
Do you feel that Dr. Belcher treated you with respect and dignity and supported an inclusive and welcoming atmosphere, facilitating access to quality veterinary services?
No. Tone, once again, was very aggressive, threatening. And once again, at this point, I'm thinking, okay, now my dog may go 2-3 months without heartworm medication, heartworm prevention, flea prevention, which is also very concerning, very particular about Turbo. So no, none of that.
All right. I don't believe I have any other questions for you. Will you answer any questions that Ms. Joseph McCollum has or that the board members have for you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Robertson.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Could you repeat what your testimony was about swapping medications?
There was no swapping of medications.
Okay, that's why I should repeat it, because I'm hearing things. Can you tell me if Turbo went without medication from January, February, or March?
He did not. After the phone call with Miss Bennett, I'm assuming it was Miss Belcher. Miss Belcher wrote the prescription, and I was able to order the medication once again after the conversation with Miss Bennett.
Okay, Ms. Bennett is the,
I'm assuming office manager at Richland Creek.
you've talked about the tone being aggressive in some other words. Is that primarily regarding the medical record?
No, that was the phone call with Miss Belcher.
So could you look at the State's Exhibit number 2? I want you to look at that alongside, where's the record? State's Exhibit number 3. And I'm going to start with Exhibit number 2. So the very bottom of that page, the forms I received were, and then over onto the next page, completely unprofessional. Can you tell me what about the medical record in State's Exhibit number 3 was unprofessional?
Once again, so I do not understand, unless I don't understand how veterinarian clinics work. I've never seen a medical record for any animal with mentions of a Google review, and here also stating that the Cleveland Park, the new vet, was reached out to, and I didn't exist in their records, was just wildly inaccurate. And then, once again, just the mentioning of the Google review and my character is how I took that in the medical records of a dog makes no sense to me.
And tell me where your character comes into issue with the medical record.
When she states that I have, in fact, been able to order the medication, but in my Google review, I had written that I had not, and that the Cleveland Park, Simpsonville, had no record of me. Essentially, it sounds like she's accusing me of making false statements.
Regarding the first statement that, I'll read it verbatim. Won't read it verbatim because my brain is messing with me, but I had in fact been able to get the prescriptions. Are you with me?
Where it says Dr. Belcher called Chasey, the client, she states, Chasey, that she has in fact been able to purchase heartworm prevention from our online store.
That's right,
Okay.
yes. Is that true?
Correct. So I was able to purchase, once again, November, December, prescription expired, needed new prescription for December until March.
And that same sentence, do you agree that it says, I asked her if she would remove the Google comment stating that she hasn't been able to get heartworm medications?
Correct. That's what her review, or her comment said.
When you say her comment, what do you mean?
So it says here, I asked her if she would remove her Google comment stating she hasn't been able to get heartworm medication, when in fact she has been getting them through our online store. Is that what you're?
That's right. And so you disagree that that happened?
No, I was once again able to purchase November, December, but not December to March, which was the concern.
I believe it was in an email referenced, State's Exhibit number 10, the last sentence of that email, and I'll give you a second to get there. Are you with me? Yes. Since nobody answers the phone or returns voicemails, is it best just to come into your office?
Correct.
Did you ever come to the office?
I did not. I never got a response to this email.
Have you ever been in the healthcare profession?
I have not.
So you've never documented in a medical record before?
I have not.
And did you ever receive that corrected version that Ms. Bennett said she'd get you?
Yes.
And what did that look like?
Without the commentary regarding the Google review, all of the stuff regarding Cleveland Park, and they didn't know who I was, the stuff that wasn't related to the dog's medical records.
So would you say that you're saying, can you tell me like where in the 3 pages that is State's Exhibit number 3, what you did get from Ms. Bennett?
The page 2 of 3 at the bottom, and then page 3.
And not the top half of page 2?
Not that I recall, no, because I asked Ms. Bennett to send that over to Cleveland Park, so that should be on file.
And not page 1?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you submit that medical record to the board when you filed your complaint?
The updated version or this one?
The one that Ms. Bennett sent you?
Just this when I filed the initial complaint, because this is all I had at the time.
How long did it take you to get the updated version?
I want to say it was same day from Ms. Bennett.
Do you agree that Dr. Belcher did indeed fax the medical records as you asked her to do?
The one that you see in front of you, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you for answering my questions.
No problem.
Nothing on redirect, but defer to the board, sorry.
Any board member have a question?
Yes, I do, Brown. An adoption is a wonderful thing. Congrats on that. Did the previous owner alert the clinic that the adoption had happened? Was there any knowledge of that or any input from the previous owner?
So when I had difficulties contacting the vet and then getting the records, Melissa Rodkey was her name. She did reach out to let them know to see if she could expedite the process, yes.
That documented anywhere? Do we have any knowledge of that?
There was a note on the medical record. I don't know if that means they talked to her, but it looks like the first entry says previous owner was Melissa, tentative previous owner was Melissa. I'm not sure if that's when she called.
Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe to clarify that, can I ask you this question? During the phone call that you received from Dr. Belcher on December 6th, did she ask you for your name, address, and contact information at that time?
I don't recall, but I believe it was already on file where I had ordered the November, December Simparica Trio.
Okay, that's the point I wanted to make. In State's Exhibit number 3, we did redact some for privacy purposes and for your protection, but is there enough for you to be able to see the address 103F? Is there enough for you to see that they had your correct address, they had your correct telephone number, and
Correct.
your contact information?
Correct. And then I had a login or, that information to purchase through the online store as well.
So the alternatives are either Dr. Belcher got that information from you, put it in the system, in the patient medical report, and sent it to you, or they already had it from your prior contacts and communications with them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so I ask again, think back on that phone conversation. Were you being asked to provide that contact information then, or did you already?
No, I wasn't asked for any contact information.
Okay, thank you. I hope that clarifies.
But we still don't know when that took place and have no true record of that.
I I texted the previous owner to see if she could reach out, so I have text messages from her from that time frame.
And those be provided? Do we have access to any of that?
We don't have,
She interviewed any input from the actual client that was part of the VPC?
I don't know the answer to that, to be honest with you. I don't know. I do know that, yes, I had seen some text messaging back and forth between the current and the prior owner, but I'm not privy to any information between the prior owner and Richland Creek. All I know is there was a conversation on December 6th. A record was provided by 11:06 a.m. It says the phone call happened at 10 o'clock. It's got all the client information as being the witness who's speaking to you now. And maybe I'm guilty of jumping to a conclusion, but I certainly assume that they already had all her information on file to be able to call her. And how would they have known how to call her anyway? He left 5 days before.
Ordered online, were you prompted to change a name or a ownership or information through the online store?
So I just had to register as a purchaser, create a login information, put my address, phone number in there to order, and the prescription that he had prior for the November, December purchases. So I had to create my own profile. Yeah.
And then was the previous owner's name still listed as you
So
purchased
I
it?
don't believe so, because like I said, I just had to create a profile for the online store to be able to order the medication. And I did that, I want to say it was November 2nd, so 4-ish days after adopting Turbo.
And my final question, as far as this State's Exhibit number 10, this email body doesn't list the pet's name or the previous owner's name. So had there been other emails that described the pet from the last time that Dr. Belcher had seen the pet, or were they just like this, where they are lacking names of pets?
This was after I had created the online profile. This email was, so my information was in their system already, with my email, phone number, that information.
Okay. But no other emails or communications bridged the gap with those?
No, just phone calls is the only thing I had done at that point. I received this email from them, so that was just another attempt to contact. I just responded to an email I had received, the advertisement.
From the vet store, not from the vet clinic directly?
Right, from the
This was an
Richland
advertisement
Creek,
for
yeah.
limited offers, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So as far as the prescription that was expiring at the end of December, was that a paper copy that you had?
Correct.
What information as far as client name, patient name, did that have, and how did you get it?
I believe that was Melissa, the previous owner. I believe that was in the documents that she gave me with Turbo.
And then when you made the account and placed the order for the prescription, for the medication, did you have to provide like a fax or a email copy of that prescription?
Yeah, I just upload the copy.
Okay.
Is there an official agreement between you and the previous owner, or anything in writing about the adoption? Was there anything through Pet Finder that guaranteed you were the owner of the dog?
Yes, I know there was a form. We did a lot of the initial contact through the Pet Finder app, and then I want to say it was day of, we moved to text messages to come pick Turbo up.
So the written prescription that you had from the previous owner, you submitted that to the online store to get the other 2 months, right?
Right.
You submitted it in the previous owner's name and then said, I need it mailed to me? Or how do you set up to where the prescription is now in your name versus the previous owner's name?
So when I had when I created the online profile, you go on there and order the prescription or order the medication. So at that point, it asks for a prescription, and that may be something on their side because it goes straight to Richland Creek. So they may have seen his prescription on there, but I remember having the prescription. So I don't know when the expiration date was, but it didn't take him all the way to March.
One quick question. When did you start trying to collect the records? I see November 6th. Had you tried to collect the records before that point?
Yes, so it was, I want to say I started on October 30th, November 1st.
And it was your understanding, you felt like the puppy had been transferred into your name by that point?
Right.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson.
Mr. Elam, do you, I don't think we may have, when we did this, you never really stated the, what the violations were. Did you want to go back and bring that forward before you bring your next witness?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to. I mentioned just briefly in my opening that the violations were unprofessional actions under, and I didn't say the statute number, but it's 40-1-110-1F. Respondent committed dishonorable, unethical, unprofessional act likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public is one. But the other was a violation of the under 40-69-110A11, violation of the American Veterinary Medical Association Code of Professional Ethics, specifically Principles of Veterinary Medical Ethics. And in the formal complaint, there's a list of 6. If you'd like me to go ahead and list them now so you can kind of keep track of them as we go along, I'm happy to.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay. It's the Principles of Veterinary Medical Ethics. Those are, of course, are appended for access and review on the board's website. PVME Section C1, Professional Image. Veterinarians should conduct themselves in a professional manner with respect to their veterinary colleagues, clients, and other healthcare professionals and the public. Number 2, PVME C2A, a veterinarian should be honest in all in all interactions. 3, PVME C2C, a veterinarian should be honest and fair in their relations with others, and they should not engage in fraud, misrepresentation, or deceit. 4, PVME C3A, a veterinarian should treat everyone with respect and dignity and should support an inclusive and welcoming atmosphere that facilitates access to quality veterinary services for all patients. 5, PVME C7C2, the information within veterinary medical records is confidential. It must not be released except as required or authorized by law or by client consent. And 6, PVME C7C3, a veterinarian is obligated to provide copies or summaries of medical records when requested by the client. So those are the 6 specific principles that the formal complaint looked at.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions before he moves to his next witness?
Yep, whenever you're ready, I'm going to call ex-investigator Tracy Adams to the stand.
Thank you.
Good morning, Investigator Adams.
Morning.
Could you, you probably see some familiar faces. Can you remind the faces you recognize and tell the new members where you currently work?
Yes, I recognize Dr. Bryant, Dr. Brown, Dr. Wallace, of course, Wick and Robin. The rest of them are all new to me. So I am currently the board executive for the Barber and the Cosmetology Board. Prior to my time here, I was also the primary veterinary investigator for the veterinary board, and then at one point I was the veterinary board executive until I took the role of Cosmo and Barber.
Did you have some background in the veterinary profession before coming here?
Yes, some.
Okay.
Most of my time is in the human medicine.
All right. So you were not only the lead investigator for the vet board, but you were also for a while the board executive for the
Right.
vet board. Okay. What's the mission of the agency here at LLR?
To protect the public from harm.
And as an investigator representing the agency and looking at cases, is that your focus in your investigations?
Yes. It's a combination of both, one, to protect the public from any kind of harm, but some also to educate and to assist.
All right. Did you have occasion to investigate the case at the bar, 2021-105, involving Dr. Christina Belcher?
Yes, I did.
And about when did you get that case?
I think it was in December. Actually, this is one of several cases that I had with her.
If you, do you normally get a case in Office of Investigations and Enforcement shortly after an initial complaint comes in?
Yes, so this was filed on the 6th, so I got it. What happens is it goes through our analysis, our analyst person to see if it's not to determine the facts of the case, it's just to determine if that breached the statutes or the regulations, and if it does, then it goes to our chief investigator at the time, and then it came down to me.
Okay. To rephrase that, there's an analyst who looks at the initial complaints and they determine if there's enough in that not to do a do not open on the case, and then
Correct.
and then all cases that come in through that method are investigated under the law?
Correct.
Okay. So did you, when you got assigned this case, did you reach out to the complainant?
I did. So just to kind of back up, I did reach out to her. I had some concerns because I was also investigating a couple of other cases regarding her. And at that time, when the first time I had reached out to her, she had responded negatively. I can't even say the word. And so I was concerned on how to respond or reach out to her because I didn't want to have the same outcome that had happened the last time.
Okay. So in December of 2021, when this case came to you, was it the practice of the agency at that time to keep the names of complainants anonymous?
Correct.
And-
Before my term ended is when it changed over, but at that time, the complainant was anonymous.
Okay. And when it changed over, it's because the legislature changed the statute that said you've got to reveal the names of complainants.
Correct.
Okay. So at that time, you did not, and I guess I'm jumping forward, when you contacted the respondent about the case, you always contact respondents when you get a case?
I do,
You always want to hear their side of it?
correct.
Okay. And I asked you if you contacted the complainant, so you contact everybody you can think of on the case, anybody who might be relevant, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you did not reveal the name of the complainant in the case. How, when a vet case comes out in 2021 and a respondent is contacted regarding the case, how do they know what case, they're,
So during that time, so it's a little different than most. I've also done investigations on the nursing board, so it's a little different on that, on vet cases. So I contacted her and told her that she had a complaint. I usually follow up within a couple of days with a subpoena requesting the medical records. But unfortunately, she responded right away with medical records that did not pertain to the animal that was in question. It was another case. It was another patient's animal that did not have anything to do with the case.
okay. We're going pretty fast through this, and I want to make sure we go slow enough to make sure we pick up on all this.
Okay.
So you did contact the respondent. She sent you medical records.
Correct.
Were they medical records you asked for?
No,
Okay.
I didn't have actually sent the subpoena at that time, so I had not asked for medical records.
Okay. You did send a subpoena at some point in time, and I think we have it marked as an exhibit. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did identify the patient in that?
Correct.
Okay. But before that time, Dr. Belcher sent you medical records. And let me go ahead and talk about those medical records. So here you've got this case. Do you have medical records in this case to start with?
Yes, from the complainant.
And would that be the Exhibit 3 that we've talked about?
Correct.
Okay. Let me have you take a look at State's Exhibit number 5 and get that distributed.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, I was waiting for everybody to get a copy and be able to refer to it before I ask you about it. Is this the wrong medical record that you received?
It is.
Okay. Again, to be clear, you didn't ask for these,
Correct.
and you did receive them from, is it clear that you got it from Dr. Belcher?
Yes.
Okay. If you turn to page 2 of this medical record, would you read the last paragraph?
March 2022, client filed complaint with LLR stating doctor did not examine pet and didn't do any test as above. We discussed bringing us a fecal sample for
Actually, that's probably far enough. I don't
Okay.
know that I want to get in
Good, because I can't have
the
safety.
detail of that, but does it end by saying this will be forwarded to Tracy Adams, LLR, and Ross Shealy, attorney?
It does.
And does it have Belcher, Christie as the name at the end there?
It does.
So it actually says March 2022, client filed complaint with LLR.
It does.
Okay, is that true?
No, she filed the complaint in, this one was in December.
Be clear on that, I'm sorry. This pet owner of this record in State's Exhibit number 5 file a complaint with LLR?
No,
Ever?
no.
Okay, so you have a medical record that says client filed complaint with LLR. Is that an error in the medical record?
Yes.
Is that maybe an assumption that Dr. Belcher may be leaping to before she sends you these records?
I can only speculate.
I'll withdraw based on your objection. Did you tell Dr. Belcher that these weren't records you asked for?
I did.
Okay. Did she have a response to that?
Don't remember. Most of the time after that, I went through her attorney for the majority of things.
All right. And I guess the final thing I'll touch on, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the final thing I'll touch on regarding this medical record, since it's apparently not related to the case, is there does appear to be a bad, maybe social media review that got incorporated into the record, the top of the second page.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we had a misstep in the case. What else did you? Case. I know you're talking to people, you're talking to witnesses, you're trying to get things together. Are you dealing with an attorney on this case?
Not on this one. I actually had 3 open cases at that time. I had Ross Shealy never became the attorney over this case. He was over the attorney of the other 2 cases. Him and I spoke on multiple occasions regarding the fact that I needed to have a sit-down interview. It was very difficult to try to schedule an interview with her. At one point, he actually asked me to write a letter requesting an interview, or I would have to move forward with the cases because he was not able to schedule an interview with her.
Did you stop you there? Then we have an exhibit number 11. Did you write that letter?
I did.
And it was based on his request that you write that letter?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like you to look at exhibit number 11 and just confirm that. I'm sorry, it just takes a while to get these distributed.
Any objection?
So what's going on when you're writing this letter? Maybe we should look at the letter first.
Want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
You are currently representing Dr. Belcher for case 2021-102 and 2022-18. I have requested to meet with you and your client on several occasions, but the meeting has not been scheduled at this time. Due to the nature of the allegations and the amount of time these cases have been active, I am requesting a date to be set no later than December 15th, 2022. If a date and time cannot be set by December 15th, 2022, I will be moving forward without meeting with your client or a statement from her addressing the allegations. Please be aware that all activities regarding this complaint are confidential.
Now, it doesn't say anything in this letter about 2021-105. Is the case going on at the same time?
It is.
Is Mr. Shealy actually aware of that case?
He is.
He just hasn't been officially retained on that?
Correct.
Okay. And you say you wrote this letter at his suggestion?
I did.
All right. And jumping ahead a little bit, I don't know, I want to talk about the interview and all the details immediately, but jumping ahead, was there ultimately an interview of Dr. Belcher by you?
There was.
And was it at Attorney Russ Shealy's office?
Yes.
Was that in Greenville?
Yes.
Okay. So going down the road a little bit, there is ultimately an interview face-to-face?
Correct.
Okay. Now, before we get there, just trying to keep with a little bit of a chronology, did you have occasion yourself, since Dr. Belcher apparently was unrepresented on this specific charge at that time, did you have communications with her, at least by email or by phone or any other means?
I did.
And if you would be kind enough to take, were you trying to schedule maybe an interview individually on this case with her?
I'll be honest, every time I attempted to try an interview on any case, it was very difficult.
With all of your cases or just with Dr. Belcher?
With Dr. Betcher, I couldn't really get in touch with her. A lot of times she was saying she was out of the country. I only talked to her over the phone the first time I got the first case. And, but that was actually the second day, because I tried to contact her the first day, and when I was unable to reach her, I sent the notice of complaint, and then a couple hours later, I went home. I don't really check my agency cell phone after I leave the office, but I had probably 15 missed calls and about 10 emails regarding the first case, and one was a statement stating that she had actually gone to the complainant's home to address the issue.
Okay, was that the source of your reluctance to
Correct.
identify the pet on the other case?
Correct. Because of her irrational behavior on the first case, I was very reluctant on how to address with all the other cases moving forward, because it was almost like she would either avoid it or she would be very irrational. And at one point during my conversation with Ross, I actually told him that I had severe concerns regarding some.
I'm going to go ahead and object. As we're in an open forum, if we may need to take a second and chat, but I'm going to put a pause in it. Go off the record and have a council combo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Beg your indulgence. Sorry about the interruption. Investigator Adams, I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit number 6. I'm not sure what the objection was.
Yeah, I was going to request, what was the objection for? That's what was.
The objection was in regards to the testimony that was about to come from Investigator Adams was outside of the scope of the allegations within this complaint.
And I'm sorry I can't address what she was about to talk about because I don't know what she's going to talk about.
That's fine, I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
As I was saying, I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit number 6, please.
Any objection to State's Exhibit 6? Or you need a second?
Objection.
Thank you. I've had a thought. I've got Exhibits 4, 7, and 9. I just wonder if I could save time if we hand them out. I plan to ask Investigator Adams about those exhibits as well. I don't know if we should just go and hand all that out and save the constant breaks that occur.
Absolutely, let's go ahead, and then she can look through them and make sure she has no objections.
All right. Let's go ahead and get 4, 7, and 9 as well. I don't think that's all the exhibits. There's still one in reserve, but I'm submitting to the tribunal. These are pretty routine.
Object to State's Exhibit number 4, based on relevance to this case and the alleged in this case.
And my response to the objection is that this is a case regarding professionalism, and that includes cooperation with the investigation. And exhibit number 4 exhibits some, what we allege to be unprofessional statements, unprofessional attitudes about an LLR investigation that was ongoing at this time, and therefore it is relevant.
Yeah, further, there's no nothing to let us know when this document on exhibit number 4 Place.
Well,
Those are my objections.
Investigator Adams went on Dr. Belcher's Facebook account, and she can tell you when she went, and she can tell you it was during the course of this investigation on this case.
Investigator Adams have copies of this that have the,
I have to go back and look in my records, but I think I do.
I would submit to this tribunal that her testimony, that she did it during the course, that she went on Dr. Belcher's Facebook account during the course of this investigation and found this post, makes it relevant. And we can certainly stop and we can try to see if she can find some timestamp, but I don't believe that's necessary at this point.
Give us a couple seconds here, okay?
Yes, sir.
Can we get a motion to go into executive session for legal advice?
Motion to go into executive session, Brown.
Second, Coker.
We're going to slide into executive session.
we're seeing this for the first time today.
Not presented to you.
I'm sorry.
I think we probably shouldn't be communicating with our investigator.
All right. It was just going to be about seeing if she could quickly get that other information to satisfy.
That wouldn't sat. Also, just for the record, my initial objection was in regards to, but I do understand what you're saying, Mr. Elam.
Yes.
Let's come back and continue this discussion here a second. Because we've got motions and objections out here.
The objection, as I understand it, was to exhibit number 4, and Ms. Joseph McCollum's objection was to the relevance of the exhibit. My response was that the exhibit is entirely relevant. It goes to the conduct and the attitude of the respondent during the investigation, and it was something that investigator Tracy Adams found during her investigation, and it directly talks about South Carolina, it talks about veterinary school, it talks about LLR, and it talks about a complaint being lodged.
Quick question, was this provided to council in the package?
I don't recall if it was provided, but we don't have discovery rules here. This is not like Rule 5 under criminal law, for example. We do not have discovery obligations in this case. We hand over what we have at the time. This is something I came across in trial prep with investigator Adams at a later time. I hadn't noticed it before, but it was certainly something that is relevant to the case and very relevant to Dr. Belcher's attitude regarding the investigation in this case.
One of our concerns is it contains a lot of personal information, though.
You're talking about marital status, deceased relatives, things like that? I mean, this was a public posting that our investigator was able to access. So she's putting it out there. Oh, and also, I did get a note. Investigator Adams says, yes, And I do recall, and she told me, and I'm sorry that I forgot, it was provided to prior counsel on this case, to Mr. Ross Shealy. It was provided. But I remember her comment was that he felt very flattered by the write-up that he got.
Let's move to executive session now for some legal advice and discussions here. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for hearing me.
Have one quick question. Was Ross Shealy ever representing you on this case? Initially, he did. He initially was.
That's right. So Ross Shealy is my former law partner who left the firm this past January. Had this case, well, he didn't have this case until 2024, but he had the prior cases with Dr. Belcher since 2022. So I've been on this case for not even a full year yet.
But he originally he originally had this case and it was transferred to you. Okay.
That's exactly right.
We're going to rule on the objection. One, discovery, since it was provided to the previous attorney, Ross Shealy, we're going to rule that. And also the fact it was in a public forum, so we feel like this evidence can be presented.
Sure.
Thank you. So I think at this point, we've passed out 4, 7, and 9. I was about to talk about 6. Are 4, 7, and 9 then into evidence? Seven is just the Cleveland Park records, and 9 is the subpoenas for the 2 medical records.
Any objection on 7 and 9?
No objections.
Thank you.
All right. Investigator Adams, would you turn back to Exhibit 6 first, please?
Yes.
And during the course of your investigating with the respondents, do you email back and forth sometimes, communicate with each other?
Correct.
And is Exhibit 6 a record of some, at least, of the emails that transpired between you and respondent?
Correct.
All right. Look at the first page. I think they're numbered at the bottom, 1 through 8, if I'm not mistaken. If you look at the bottom of the first page, is that the initial email that the series starts with from you on September 9th, 2022 at 1:25 p.m.?
It is.
All right. You're saying, "Good afternoon, Dr. Belcher." What else are you saying?
Please let me know a good time to speak with you in regards to case 2021-105. If I don't hear from you by October 7th, 2022, I will move forward with your case without your statement.
Okay, so what's going on with this case at this point? Why are you giving a deadline for having a chance to put some input in, otherwise moving forward without that input?
Because on multiple attempts, I have tried to set up times to meet with this respondent.
And in your view, was she cooperative with those attempts to set up interviews or talk?
No, not at all.
All right. You said if I don't hear from you by October 7th, 2022, you're going to move forward.
Correct.
All right. What day does this exhibit indicate that you did hear from her?
October 12th.
Okay, so 5 days after that deadline,
Correct.
you hear from her. What does she say?
I rarely check emails and apologize for just getting around to this.
Yeah, that's her response.
Correct.
What are you trying to do? You're trying to set up a time to talk.
Correct.
That doesn't set up a time to talk. It just says sorry.
Right.
And that's at 8:36 in the morning?
It is.
Okay. The next response above that is that also from Dr. Belcher?
It is.
And is that 12 hours later?
I think so. I'm trying to keep track of where we're at on the time
I'm sorry,
frame.
if I'm going too fast, let me...
No, so 8:26, yes.
Yeah, so about 12 hours later, 8:28 p.m., you get a response. And what does it say?
I never received anything. Vets are being bullied, nobody cares.
All right, and that's from the same email source that says, "I rarely check email and apologize, just getting around to this."
Correct.
Okay. On page 3, it looks like the same series we read through. Your September 29th, let me know a good time to talk. October 12th, rarely check emails and apologize at 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:36. And then 10:02 p.m., what response do you get from her?
Again, the bullying happening in South Carolina, please pass along to international legislators.
International legislatures?
Correct.
Okay. And turning to page 5, again, looks like the same series, September 29th, your initial, the one that says I rarely check email and apologize. And then you have another response at 10:04 p.m. from Dr. Belcher.
Yes, it's, these are cases with no input and a waste of time, but someone is getting pad. It's not paid, it's pad. So I forward my $300 per hour fee along as well.
Okay. And on page 7, we have the same, actually, I wonder,
Yeah, it goes back.
let me back up to, let me back all the way up to page 3. With, again, the bullying happening in South Carolina, please pass along to international legislatures. Somebody CC'd on that email?
Yes, Laura Bailey.
Do you know who that is?
I have no idea.
Okay. Page 5, these cases with no input and waste of time, someone's getting paid. Is somebody CC'd on it?
Yes, again, Laura Bailey, and she responds to this one.
Wait a minute, this, I'm talking on page 5.
Okay.
Is somebody CC'd on that one on the top at the 10:04 p.m.?
Yes, Christopher Brumbrett back?
At brumbachlangley.com?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, on page number 7, you have the September 29th, the October 12th, initial one, rarely check emails, apologize, just getting to you, then what?
Then I get a response from Laura Bailey. F this bullshit. Vets are not the enemy. All I see here is a nice vet being bullied. Leave Dr. Belcher alone.
Right, now, Dr. Belcher didn't write that,
No, Lauren Bailey
but
did.
this is somebody invited into the conversation?
Correct.
Okay, and this is at 1:44 a.m.?
Yes.
Is it your understanding as an investigator and as someone who has to comply with this, that under the veterinary statute 40-69-190B, no party to a case can mention the existence of a complaint, an investigation, unless necessary to kind of, to the legitimate development of the case?
Correct.
You're not supposed to tell people outside of the circle that there's a complaint pending,
Correct.
that there's an investigation ongoing.
Correct.
All right. Now, obviously, does that statute protect respondents who've been accused of maybe violating the law?
I think it's protecting the complainant and the respondent. It's kind of keeping it confidential so that way they can have no taint on the board.
Okay, so you're saying it's protecting the process?
Correct.
Okay. Is this CCing parties that aren't involved in the case, at least to your knowledge as the investigator in the case, is this a violation of that confidentiality?
It is.
Okay. Let's talk about Exhibit 4, since it's in evidence. You come across and make a copy of this yourself?
Yes. This was, I was alerted to some potential inappropriate comments from, so I did review the, her Facebook.
And did you, and to be clear on the record, did you find this in Dr. Belcher's Facebook site?
Yes,
Okay, no doubt about that?
correct.
And did you, after making a copy of this, did you provide this to Attorney Ross Shealy regarding this case?
I did. I actually had asked him to contact me and have a discussion regarding this. because I felt that this was very inappropriate and that she may be getting herself into deeper concerns. And so I requested that he have a conversation with his client regarding her Facebook posts, because my concerns for her was, so part of my job is educating and trying to get someone back on the right track. And so Ross and I had multiple conversations regarding that. Just because you have a complaint that is going on doesn't mean that the board wants to see you lose your license. Our job is to try to help you if there is a need to get you back on the right track. So I had a conversation with him based on,
Can I object with all this being hearsay?
that's fine. I mean,
Well,
I still had the conversation.
all right. And I could argue that he's a representative of the respondent allowed to speak for her, but
Here today.
doesn't have to be here for today. Don't talk about what Mr. Ross said anymore, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Suffice it to say, you turned over a copy of this to Mr. Ross,
I did.
and he was the attorney at the time.
He was.
And the comments that the board members, I'm not going to read them out loud, but the comments that the board members can see, in your opinion, as the investigator in the case, were disturbing?
Correct.
Okay. All right. You did subpoena medical records in the case for yourself. Is that correct?
Yes,
All
I
right,
did.
you already had medical records supplied through Ms. Robertson with her initial complaint,
Correct.
but you make it a policy to try to get records straight from the source?
Correct.
All right. So is exhibit number 9 that show the subpoena paperwork that was prepared and served on not only, Cleveland Park Animal Hospital, which, just to refresh everybody's memory, was the new hospital that Turbo was going to be going to.
Yes.
And I'm looking at this document. It looks like you say Rice Creek Animal Clinic at 707 East Stone Avenue, Greenville, South
That
Carolina.
was a misprint. It was supposed to be Richland.
Richland Creek Animal Clinic? All right. So let's turn to Cleveland Park Animal Hospital first. I believe the date on the subpoena is what at the bottom?
6/2022.
All right, and did you receive a response to your subpoena with the medical records for Turbo?
I did that day.
That same day, looks like it says date printed 6/6/2022. And you got 8 pages of records regarding Turbo. Looks like starting in March of 2022 is when he first went in?
Yes.
Okay. So at least confirms that Ms. Robertson did intend to take Turbo to Cleveland Park.
Correct.
And did take him there. All right. What about, I know you got a typo on there. You've got Rice Creek instead of Richland Creek on the subpoena. Did you get any kind of response to that subpoena from Dr. Belcher?
No.
And I'm talking ever.
No.
Did you ask Dr. Belcher about why you didn't get a response? I mean, even to say, well, you got the wrong name on there, so I'm not going to answer you. Anything like that?
Yes, during my interview, I did.
Okay. And the interview, that's rolling forward a little bit. That's December 12th of 2020. December 12th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at that interview, when you do have a chance to talk with Dr. Belcher, you ask her about the subpoena?
I did.
And what response?
She said she had the impression the records were sent.
Okay, that was it.
Yeah, and well, she elaborated more. Well, I wrote a description of it.
Quick question. You did read it then?
I don't remember if she acknowledged, but she said she thought that they had been sent.
Let's turn completely to the day of the interview then. We'd hinted at it a little bit. You'd said it happens in Greenville at the office of Ross Shealy,
Correct.
who at that time was not yet representing her on this charge, but did he sit in through the interview regarding this case?
Yes, it was asked if he could sit in, and
It was asked, that's passive voice, so who's doing the action in that?
Dr. Belcher.
Okay,
and
Dr. Belcher asked him to sit in.
Right, as long as she didn't have an objection, I didn't have an objection.
Okay. And what relevant things did you discuss during the interview regarding this case?
This case, I asked her the policy of when an animal was taken over from a previous owner, and she said the new owner would need to provide the previous owner's last name and identifying information. I asked about,
Was it apparent to you that that had been done based on the medical record that at least you got from Chase E. Robertson?
yes,
Okay.
and then I asked about if that owner chooses another veterinarian, what was the next step? The new owner, if the new owner has all the information, they could change veterinarians and would release the medical records. If the owners, then another question, if the animal's examination vaccines were up to date prior to the transfer, are the medical medications that the animal was on provided until the animal sees a new veterinarian? Any reason to withhold that information, those medications? The respondent replied that as long as the new owner was the identifying information, when the records were released, there was no issue with not releasing those medications. I asked if she contacted the previous owner, and what did that state? I think I may have tried. Someone in the hospital may have called. Did you send medical records to the office? Respondent stated that the new veterinary practice was contacted, but the facility did not have an animal or an owner by that name. And then I asked who would send those records to the veterinary office or other entities. She said anyone, receptionist usually. You sent records and notes on the patient onto, I'm not going to say the name. Why do you feel that that was the complainant? Respondent provided that there was a Google review by this person, so she provided the medical records to notate that she had addressed the concerns. Respondent reported that the client did not bring the animal in. It was the boyfriend who presented the dog. The dog was fractious, and they were not able to get a fecal sample.
Okay, so this is commentary on the case where she sent the wrong records.
Correct.
Okay.
And then I had a conversation regarding the subpoena and why I had not gotten in 2022. I provided a subpoena of the medical records. Why were those records not provided to me? She said I had the impression the records were sent. And then I informed the respondent the only records provided were the records of the animal that was not in this case. I also informed the respondent that except the medical records that provided to her by the other cases, all subpoenas have gone unanswered. She has informed that phone calls are not answered and records are sent when subpoenas are sent via email. Then I addressed the September 29th email chain. I requested a time to speak with you and that we can move forward with this case. Do you understand that you may not have seen the email until October 12th? Do you remember what transpired in that email? And she said no. I asked her who Laura Bailey was and who Christopher Bumback is. I did not get an answer to that question. I asked her, can you tell me why they were included in this email? She's responded, I did show the respondent the email and read the responses made in that email. Respondent at first stated that the email was not associated to this case and it was referring to something else. Respondent also stated that that Ara was supposed to be included in the email and was not supposed to be included in the email chain.
Who's RI?
Me.
Okay.
Reporting investigator. These are the cases. I reminded respondent that she has 3 cases with the Board of Veterinary Medicine. And then I asked her, do you feel that this response was appropriate? And she said, no, I do not.
Based on your experience with investigating the case, trying to set up an interview, having an ultimatum letter sent out at the suggestion of the opposing counsel for the interview, based on everything up in this case up to this point in time, did you have I want to ask the question, but I want to make sure that maybe I'm concerned that we may get into some sensitive subject matter. I want to warn the board about that. And I wanted to, I've had this discussion with Ms. Joseph McCullum, but I wanted to let her know this is the time now.
Is this on? Yes. If this sensitive subject matter regarding a conversation had with an individual that is not here, that is Ross Sheely, then I would move to continue this hearing until Ross could get here, till next quarter. I did not anticipate this, and that is only fair in Dr. Belcher.
I think, investigator, could you proceed without quoting anything that Ross Sheely said?
Actually, the information did not come from Ross. It was subpoenaed, and that's how I have the information, and then I addressed it in our interview.
So that sensitive information that was obtained through some subpoena, again, Ross was her attorney at that time, and if any of...
No.
Not during this email, no.
Okay, well, regardless, if Ross was involved and there were conversations had with him regarding the sensitive matters, then I move to postpone this hearing or to continue this hearing into the next quarter until, at which time Ross Sheely could be here to test him as a witness.
I don't think that's necessary because he wasn't her attorney at the time. He was sitting in as a courtesy. He was her attorney on other cases that were discussed and interviewed at the same time, but he wasn't for this case.
And I would raise the point that throughout this hearing today, there have been references to other cases in which Ross Sheely was Dr. Belcher's attorney. And so that is an indicator of how these cases have been interwoven, how they were interwoven. And so regardless of the fact that he wasn't representing her at that time, Dr. Belcher deserves and is entitled to have him here to speak on those issues.
We haven't gone into almost zero detail. There was a comment that was made that wasn't objected to about Dr. Belcher going to the house of one of the complainants. Other than that, we don't have any details on these other cases, and I submit to the board that Dr. Belcher is innocent of any cases that don't come before the board where you find her in violation of statute.
I would argue that regarding the prior case that has come up, there's been more than just more testimony beyond she went to the house. There's been a reference to her being erratic and that behavior affecting the way in which Investigator Adams moved forward with Dr. Belcher in this case, and frankly, another case. Aaron Ross did represent her. This case, this hearing is clearly about more than just one matter. This hearing is about 4 matters that were pending before the board, 3 of which are dismissed, have been dismissed. But those matters are making their way into this matter, the hearing for this matter. And if that is going to happen, I have not objected to that, but that the complaint said nothing about other allegations regarding other matters that have been closed by this board.
I submit to the board that I'm focusing on the facts of this case, 2021-105. I've put in evidence emails with rather bizarre responses. I put in a post with rather extreme expressions. I don't know that Investigator Adams has finished testifying yet, but I think she will tell you that there's a certain contempt for the investigation, and there's a certain irrationality that disturbed her. She'll tell you that. I think we can look at that just simply in view of this case, 2021-105.
Based on, I'm so sorry, Robert.
The reason I hesitated in the middle of my question to Investigator Adams is that I anticipate there might be sensitive matter discussed, and I know that there are certain protections that apply regarding certain kinds of information, and we have the mechanism of closing a hearing, for example, to protect, unless the respondent wants to waive that. I was kind of hoping to give the opportunity to make that motion to close the hearing to Ms. McCullum, Joseph McCullum. But otherwise, I might feel compelled to make that motion myself.
I would state that regarding my motion that's pending, regarding a request to postpone this hearing to the next quarter, Investigator Tracy Adams' testimony began with her saying that Dr. Belcher negatively responded prior to the day that this case was filed. There's a reference, says the impetus of this testimony is on other cases. And therefore, I hold my motion.
Your motion is for a continuance, correct? So that Mr. Shealy can come testify.
As a witness on for the respondent.
I can't even imagine what he would contribute where he did not represent her in 2021-105. He sat in as a courtesy to her on that case. He did represent her ultimately later, but he has his successor counsel here, prepared and ready to go forward today on this case.
Your argument is the fact that they have brought up the other 3 cases that he was representing.
Clearly an effect on this case based on those that was not anticipated by the respondent based on the allegations made in the formal.
I'm sorry, and I can't agree with that. I don't see the board putting any emphasis on any other cases. You don't even have facts. You don't know anything about the other cases. One comment I remember, Tracy mentioned she was concerned about how this case would be dealt with based on the fact that on another case, the doctor went to somebody's house, a complainant's house. That's the only facts I've heard, and I think the board is capable of separating that from the facts of this case. That's a very small, slight thing. You don't know anything about the other cases. I'm submitting to you that she's not guilty of anything in any other cases. The only case that we're alleging any kind of guilt on is 2021-105, and it's the ethical violations that I went through.
I mean, in the record, you have reference, one of the cases has been with a reprimand.
Well, we haven't gotten to that, but that's an entirely different argument. I can make that now if you want me to go and approach that.
I think we have to decide this continuance first.
Yes, sir.
Because you raised it, I will say that that reference that is made there is in regards to one of these 4 cases that was dismissed in March of this year, where these cases were all pending at the same time, and so she did get a letter of caution prior to the.
She's making an argument regarding, I would be moving to put another piece of evidence in. She's arguing against that evidence. I haven't moved it in yet, but yeah, she's talking about it's not a prior act, and it doesn't have to be a prior act. It still doesn't have anything to do with you're considering whether to continue this or not, I don't think.
We continue this, Mr. Shealy is going to come testify to the fact of these cases, or, because I know we've had some health things come up too, so I was like, what would be the scope of Mr. Shealy's testimony?
Well, there's been a deal by Ms. Adams regarding other cases and the way they affected her ability to work with Dr. Belcher on this case. And the sensitive matter that is pending, a case that is not this one, and Ross's name was raised as a participant in discussions regarding these sensitive matters that involved not just this case, but the other 3 cases. I believe that's what I heard, and so that would be the scope
All right.
of that testimony.
I will not go any further into any of the other matters. Investigator Tracy Adams has talked about the interview. It's a fact there were other cases involved, and economically they got together and they talked about every case at once. It's a fact there were other cases. Again, I'm saying Dr. Belcher's innocent on any of those other cases. The only case before you now is 2021-105. I'll go forward on that, and I don't intend to go any deeper into the interview that occurred so that we can move forward on this case.
Only concerned about your questions.
So you're stating there will be no more questions about the interview? Is that what you're stating?
Yes, sir. I'm done asking about the interview. I will, if there's one more question, it'll be, will you just, well, not even that. I'm done with the interview. I'm done.
Will you withdraw your continuance if he doesn't ask any more questions about the interview?
Already been testimony regarding the substance. There's already been testimony that's on the table prior to my motion.
Let's make a motion to move to executive session for legal advice.
Motion to move to executive session, Brown.
Continuance.
Get more.
Any motion on how to deal with the continuance?
I make a motion to deny the continuance. Brown.
Moore, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We would, if, one suggestion too, if we're moving into areas of health that we may need to move to, back into closed meeting. Robert, if you have any issues that are dealing with health, that we need to move to a closed session.
I believe I'm going to waive those. Okay. Yes, I think it would be safest to close this meeting.
Motion to close the meeting?
Motion to close the meeting. Brown.
Second, Bach.
Mayfield. going to rule that this exhibit can come in.
Thank you. Have you got Exhibit 12 in front of you?
I do.
All right, is it a letter of caution?
It is.
All right, and what conduct is being cautioned?
Hold on, I got. Board believes this letter of caution is warranted under the particular facts of this case. Specifically, be mindful of maintaining professional boundaries and upholding professionalism at all time. Furthermore, respondent is reminded to cooperate during an active investigation.
All right, do you feel that that language is relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Don't believe I have any further questions for you. If you'll answer any questions that Ms. Joseph McCullum has or the board members have, I'd appreciate it.
Hi.
Regarding exhibit number 12, would you read the date?
March 25th, 2025.
Belcher in 2021 dash.
I'd have to go back and.
102? Oh, 105, sorry.
I think it was in December of 2021. I'd have to go back and look.
I can help. The testimony was, the complaint was filed December 6th, 2021.
Did you follow up on your concern regarding Dr. Belcher?
I specifically went through, because it was very hard to talk to her. The couple of times that I did talk to her, she was,
I'll just remind you that we were back in an open.
yeah, I'm not going to say anything as far as that part goes, but the couple of times that I did speak with her, her response was, I have the right to defend myself, and it was kind of hard. That's the best way I can say it.
Which case was that subpoena sent?
It was in reference to, I don't really remember, I think it was just a reference to her behavior and the anonymous concern of someone that had reached out. Sometimes a case kind of, you can start down a specific case and it kind of blows up, and it doesn't matter if it's a lot of cases or if it's one particular case, you're going down a road and then people just kind of contact you. And not that we go looking for it, but if they bring it to us, it's our responsibility to try to find the information.
A subpoena?
Yeah, and I'd have to go back and look at the subpoena to see what the, as far as what case it was referenced to. But it does reference, and it might have referenced all of them. I can't recall.
Ross Shealy on that subpoena?
No, because it would not have been in regards to a case he was covering at that time. So he was not over 102.
And so was it in,
Well, I mean 105.
so then what case was it in regards to?
I can only speculate that it was 105. I really can't recall.
Is it, okay. You received records from that subpoena?
Let me just go back. Which one are you talking about? Because I want to make sure I'm referencing. I did.
Did you share those with Ross?
I did. After we had the interview.
Thank you. I believe you've testified already that Turbo's records were submitted with the complaint filed in this case?
Correct.
And did you read them?
Yes, I went through them.
And did you do that at the time that the complaint was filed on, or, around that time? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
It's exhibit number 15? 3, sorry. And for the record, it's Turbo's medical record.
I don't think so. I mean, I have them for my records, which is Exhibit 3 for me.
You do have the Turbo's records in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read, I'm on the second full paragraph that starts with December 6, 2021, 10 a.m. Dr. Belcher called Chasey Robertson, the client. She states Chasey Robertson that she, in fact, had been able to purchase heartworm prevention from our online store. And then the following sentence, I asked her if she would remove her Google comment stating she hasn't been able to get heartworm medications, when in fact she has been getting them through our online store. Did you read that?
Hold on, I got to figure out where you're at.
And so really the first full paragraph on page 1 of 3 of Turbo's medical records.
Oh, yeah, okay, call Casey, yes. I see.
And so I was on the December 6, 2021 at 10 a.m. is what I read. Okay. And so you've read that before?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Adams, when you notified Dr. Belcher of this complaint in 2021-105, do you recall her asking for more information?
No, but if I did, it would have only been what I could provide at that time. It's not like it is now.
What would that have been? What would that have been?
It would have been, I could have released the name of the animal and the allegations, but I would not have been able to release the name of the person that filed the complaint.
No objection from the state. Respondents, 1.
Exhibit number 1. Hey, Ms. Adams, is this? Can you tell me what we're looking at?
Yes, this is the letter of complaint. This is what I normally send out whenever I got a complaint.
And the letter itself, I guess, is the second page of this
Correct.
packet? Okay. And can you tell me what the allegations are?
Failure to maintain, provide records.
Which, a vague explanation of what the allegations are?
Yes, but again, at that time, we were not allowed to release a lot of information. This was a communication with her that we needed to have a conversation. And then usually what would follow up is a subpoena or any kind of conversation regarding that.
But if she would have asked for more information, would you have provided her with the pet's name?
Yes. And unlike most medical records on other cases, usually the pet identifies the person.
Identify.
I mean, the pet. It's,
And so what is that? What's the import of that as it pertains to providing the pet's name as additional information?
nothing, I just wanted to have a conversation with her. I always sent out a notice of complaint to the complainants. Usually I would try to contact them first to have a conversation, but if I was unable to reach them, then I would send out the notice of complaint and request that they contact me.
No objection to Respondents Exhibit 2.
Ms. Adams, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a reply for the allegation, but I don't think this has anything to do with this case. I think this is involving a different case.
Tell me why you think that.
Because if I'm remembering correctly, not long after I got 105, I got an additional case involving a lot of animals. And I don't really want to go into detail, but this is a case that I'm pretty sure has to do with a different case that was dismissed.
So on exhibit, respondents exhibit number 1, can you read?
December 13th, 2021.
And then I'm sorry, for exhibit number 1.
I know what you're talking about as far as the complaint. I understand that, but I also had several cases and one that was dismissed due to insignificant evidence, and I'm pretty sure this is related to that one because of the complaint that came when I sent the complaint in regarding Turbo, and I'd have to go back in my notes and look, but I got the email with, and this is a snapshot I took because when I tried to transfer it over from her email to our system, it came out really funky. So I'd have to actually look at the record, but this came in not long after that.
Do you dispute that that was Dr. Belcher's response in number 2 is in response to, it's in,
I don't
can
kn-
you just let me finish my question for the record? Is in response to 2021-105?
I can't say for sure.
No objection from the state to Respondents Exhibit 3.
Okay, Ms. Adams, would you please, what we're looking at here in respondents exhibit number 3?
Yes, this is a follow-up regarding, regarding case 2021-105 only, because at this time, I do not have a letter of representation for this case. If once you obtain legal counsel regarding this case, I can no longer communicate with her. So basically, it's saying that the communication is, can only be between her and, this might have been, I think it had to, when was the chain of emails? I'm trying to remember, because there was a lot of information regarding the different cases, and because of the fact that there was other people involved in communication that was not appropriate, sometimes I was replying to her to make sure she knew that I could not communicate regarding anything to anybody else but her, even Ross, unless she obtained an attorney. So I'm not sure if this is the response, but I want to say, and I'd have to go back through the records to see if, when I got the records from her, from that one client.
Recall the issue with other people being involved in emails happening at the outset of this and other investigations?
Say that.
Otherwise, do you recall the issue with people being involved in emails? I believe that's what I heard you say, like the communication, there were a lot of people involved. Were you talking about people that are inappropriately?
Oh, you know what? This might be for the fact that I think she emailed and I have that somewhere, she emailed the insurance company regarding this case, requesting legal counsel. And his response was, and she included me, his response was, it was vague. So I replied to her stating that I could not communicate with him because this was confidential. And I have the email somewhere. But that's the reason why this response. If I'm not mistaken, this is the reason why for this response. And I only replied directly to her because even though she had contacted her insurance company requesting legal counsel, she did not have legal counsel on this case, and so I could not communicate and respond in that particular email.
Do you agree with me that the date and time on the email that is Respondent's Exhibit Number 2 is December 13, 2021 at 7:29 a.m.?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that the date and time of the email in Respondent's Exhibit Number 3 is December 13, 2021 at 8:07 a.m.?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that the email in Exhibit 2 is from Dr. Belcher to you?
Yes, but hold on. I'd have to go back and look when the email chain was between her and her insurance company, because at one point, I did tell her that we could not have a conversation with anybody but her.
Do you agree with me that the subject matter in both of these exam re-confidential veterinary case? The subject line,
Yes, confidential veterinary case, yes. And again, I asked her to contact me.
do you agree that Dr. Belcher asked you in Exhibit Number 2 that she asked you for more? Could you please provide more details, such as client who filed a complaint, so that I can review the file and send documents before I leave the country? Thanks and have a wonderful day. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, but again, I am pretty sure that that was also included with the insurance company, and I did not want to respond in that email with someone who was not privy to that information.
And do you see anyone else copied on that email?
I do not, but I responded directly to her outside of that email chain.
Did you respond with any additional information?
No, I asked her to call me.
Was it improper for you to send her additional information as she asked?
No, I would have gladly sent the subpoena requesting, and that's what I was working on, was sending her a subpoena for the medical records, but by that time, she had already sent me medical records on someone that did not have anything to do with the case.
page on 4.
So number 4 is.
No objection from the state on respondents' two-page exhibit number 4.
No objection to 4.
Objection to 4. That's a two-page exhibit, right?
Yeah, like, yeah. Ms. Adams, could you read the email narrative on the first document in Respondent's Exhibit number 4?
Say that again, read what?
Would you please read the email narrative on page 1 of Respondent's Exhibit number 4?
Yeah, this is Christy B. at yahoo.com, Monday, May 2nd, 2022.
Sorry, I want you to read like the individual page.
Oh,
So not the stapled page. Do you have an additional?
yes.
Okay, that one, please. The email narrative.
I can provide you with some information but cannot disclose the complaint. The allegations are you diagnosing an animal without performing an examination of the animal. If you would like to discuss this further, please contact me. I'm going to preface this by saying this is in regards to another case.
And can you tell me what is pictured?
It's basically, as far as reading it, I couldn't read it, but it's basically that she was forwarding these medical records due to a complaint.
I'll represent to you that it's hard to tell, but at the very top of the same page that you just read, maybe 23 hours ago, new critical professionalism, quality value, horrible clinic. I came in to try and get my dog. Do you see any of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Barely, but yeah.
Same here. Does that look like a review to you?
Yes, this
or-
was regards to 2022-18.
That's right. And in that second full paragraph, the second sentence, well, let me say this. There are redactions here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The second full paragraph, second sentence, a fecal sample from pet became fractious or because fractious. We also asked if Bear was on current. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Bear is the name of an animal at issue?
As far as related to this,
Related to what we're reading?
yes.
Okay, the second document in that exhibit, you agree that this is an email from Christy Belcher to you on May 2nd, 2022 at 4:28 p.m.?
Yes.
In the second page of that document, At the top where it says, on the right side, where it says name, can you read that name for me?
You talking about Bear?
Is that what you see?
Yes.
Yes. And so when Dr. Belcher sent you Bear's medical record, do you agree it was in response to 2022-18?
No.
Well, what was it in response to?
So I have to go back and figure out when 2022-18 was filed. I want to say that it was, this had nothing to do with 2018, it had to do with 105, because I want to say that she got another review following the emails that were sent. So I have to look at the date on when 2022-18 was filed. I don't remember. But Bear was never in, if I remember correctly, never had to do with any of these cases.
Are you saying Bear had nothing to do with 2022-18?
I don't remember. It's been that, I don't remember what it had to do with. It was a case that was dismissed. There was a couple of cases. One was having to do with charging $25 for a prescription. One was not going to, not providing the medications, and then she went to the client's home. One was this one regarding, one was a Google review, which we didn't get a lot of information regarding, so that one was dismissed. And then the one we're here for.
Said the Google review was dismissed?
Yes. But you're talking about the Google reviews.
And which one was before the Google reviews, did you say?
Well, the one that she went to the patient's home, that was the very first one. They came in the same time. I had one that came in regarding not providing medication, and then one at the same time providing, requesting for someone to pay $25 for a prescription. So I sent those out. I tried to contact her that same day. I was not able to get in touch with her, so that's when I sent the notice of complaints. And when the next day came in, I had a letter, an actual letter stating that she had gone to the complainant's home and said she was defaming her name.
Okay.
Getting off our case here.
We are, and I was trying to find an appropriate way to say that. I'll just put on the record an objection to that response based on relevance.
He asked me about the Google review, so that's what I was.
What is your understanding of the review that was involved in 2021-105? The type of review, the source of the review?
As far as who did the review?
Like a Yahoo review, a Bing review, I don't know if those exist, a Google review? Not sure?
I don't remember.
Okay. You still have State's Exhibit Number 9, which I will represent to you as subpoena, the subpoena or subpoenas to.
Yes.
Okay. So that first one on page 1, that's the Cleveland Park, the place where, not Bear, where Turbo was
Yes.
to be sent, or to be seen?
Yes.
And I know we've discussed the second one you and Mr. Elam have. Do you agree with me that this subpoena was sent on June 6, 2022?
Actually, there is a second one. The first one I sent, but I I'd have to go back through my records, but this is the one that I took to, when I sent it to Ross. Well, not when I sent it to Ross, but when I took and it was trying to get the records the second time.
Do you agree with me that the date here is June 6, 2022?
Correct, I do.
And do you agree that it is not, the two is not Dr. Belcher? The name beside the two? The TO, like the individual to which the subpoena was sent,
The O,
where it says Rice Creek Animal Clinic?
office manager, correct.
Do you agree that Dr. Belcher's name is not listed there?
Correct, usually I send it to the office.
Why did you send the subpoena in June? Why not earlier?
I actually did send it, this was the second one, but I don't have that on record. It was in my notes.
You recall case wherein Dr. Belcher didn't have counsel for some time?
No, there was another one.
And which was that?
It was the one that was about, well, there's two. One with the prescription,
Okay.
and then there was another one, please, I'm trying to remember, there was allegations of substandard care of animals.
So is it your understanding that she only had representation on one case prior, like not including this one?
Oh, she had representation, well, maybe the one on the, my apologies, because there's a lot of cases that were all together. So we didn't really talk about the one with the prescription because of, that's kind of out of the jurisdiction on whether or not they charge for not one. So that one was dismissed. The other one was,
I just want to know if you know whether, if you recall whether or not she had counsel on any other case besides this one at some point.
oh yeah, she had counsel on other cases, yes.
You testified earlier that part of your investigation process is to look into anyone who would have any relevant information. Yes.
Yes.
Did you ever interview the office manager?
No, again, I had difficulty having conversations with anybody. I actually tried to contact the office on multiple occasions and was never able to talk with anybody.
Did you interview or reach out to the original owner, Miss Melissa Rodkey?
No.
All I have for you. Thank you for answering my questions.
No redirect.
Any questions from the board? guess the question, but it's probably more directed when you do present your case, is which cases that Ross Shealy actually represented her for. But we can get that when you do your presentation. Any other questions?
The answer is all of them. Different points in time.
I don't think on the prescription one, I can't remember, but it got dismissed pretty quickly. The rest of them is, at the time of the interview, this one wasn't.
Questions for Ms. Adams? Let's take a 10-minute comfort break before we move to the respondent's case.
Okay, respondent would like to call the respondent, Dr. Christy Belcher.
It's uncomfortably close.
Like this close?
Yes, you don't have to be quite that
Okay.
close, but yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Belcher, or afternoon. Ooh, yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start by asking you to tell me about yourself. Where were you born?
I was born in Seneca, South Carolina.
Did you grow up there?
I grew up in Easley, South Carolina.
Where'd you go to high school?
Went to Easley High School.
When'd you graduate?
Graduated high school in 1999.
Tell us about your education from that point on.
So upon graduation from Easley High School, I went to Clemson University, majored in animal and veterinary science. I was very active at Clemson. I was part of the Concerned Citizens for Animals. I was in a sorority, and I also worked for the Clemson University football recruiting department, and I played on the women's club rugby team. Following graduation from Clemson in August of 2003, I attended Ross University in St. Kitts in the Caribbean until 2006, at which I completed my final year of veterinary school at North Carolina State University College of Veterinary Medicine. And during my senior year of vet school, I liked surgery, but I also wanted to continue my training in zoo exotic wildlife medicine. So I did an additional student preceptorship with the Smithsonian National Zoo in Washington, D.C., followed by a one-year small animal medicine emergency internship in Virginia. Again, by then I thought I was finished with school. I completed an additional year internal medicine residency internship program at Texas A&M University.
And now can you tell us about your employment, your work experience?
Yes, so with my work experience, I've worked in, primarily I moved back to South Carolina in the upstate to be with my family. So I've worked at many small animal, back then they were all single family, individually owned practices, and one corporation. I was the veterinarian for the Greenville Zoo for several years. And then while I was also working for the Greenville Zoo, I was doing, at the time, relief work. I think now they call it just kind of like fill-in work at different veterinarians' clinics throughout the upstate when someone needed to take a day off. And as I mentioned, I did work for a corporation company for several years until I eventually took the position at Richland Creek. And currently, I'm still in practice and do relief at 7 different hospitals in the upstate.
About when did you start at Richland Creek?
I started at Richland Creek. It was during COVID, so the beginning of February, March of 2020.
And were you an employee?
I was an employee.
You didn't own it?
I had no ownership.
Were you in charge of hiring or training support staff?
No.
How about administrative things like answering phones or sending medical records? Were those your responsibilities?
No.
How many vets were there, veterinarians were there when you started compared to when you left? And let me ask you, when did you leave Richland Creek?
So I left Richland Creek in December of 2022. When I started at Richland Creek, there were a handful, 6 to 8 veterinarians. During this time of why we're here today, I was the sole only veterinarian.
And what was your caseload like, so to speak?
Anywhere from 20 to 30 patients a day. There was the vaccine walk-in clinics, so it would vary. I believe on Wednesdays was the heaviest of the days for vaccine. It could be upwards of 50 animals.
And what were your hours like?
8 a.m. until I was finished, which I tried to be finished by 5:30 most days.
Were you prepared to be the only veterinarian, at the time that that happened?
No.
Tell me about the support staff. Were they reliable, in your opinion?
So the way at the time that when I was there, Richland Creek worked, it was an influx of people. One side was kind of a vaccine side, another side was better, seeing what I called appointments in rooms. So the staff was constantly rotating. Today's I would show up and see some people I'd never seen, trying to get to know who's who names. So it's very not always reliable.
When was to your knowledge, the first time a complaint was filed against you to the veterinary board?
December of 2021.
And how many complaints were filed against you, or at least how many complaints were you notified of that had been filed against you in December 2021?
At least 3.
And did you learn about all 3 of those within any particular time period?
I believe I learned about all of them within a week.
Did you get more than one on a day, or?
I feel like I might have had 2 on one day.
And to your knowledge, well, let me ask you this, were any other complaints filed against you to your knowledge besides the 3 in December of 2021?
No.
In March of 2022?
In March of 2022, I believe I did get a letter. And let me go back to that. I'm aware that I received letters of dismissals. So the complaints, my active involvement of lots of communication back and forth between Investigator Adams, it was a lot of information. So complaints and then letters of dismissal or no information, all were in December and in March of 2022.
Let me ask you, can you tell me, do you have any recollection of the case numbers that you have been faced with?
I know the one today is 105. I believe the very first one, and I'm not sure if they go in order, but yes, I believe I do, because I've spent so much time on the numbers.
Okay, this case is about a dog named Turbo. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And we have State's Exhibit 3 has already been introduced, and that's Turbo's medical record. Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of when the events at issue that we're here about today took place?
So in December, I believe it's around the first week of December.
Had you seen Turbo prior to then?
I had seen Turbo for the first time. The only time I met Turbo was in March of 2021.
And do you remember what you did for him that day?
So I remember him being a big, goofy dog. Came in with the lady who explained to me she was fostering this dog. He had a lot of anxiety. He was a big dog. I'm comfortable around big dogs, anxious dogs, but I understood at home there was a lot of anxiety. We vaccinated him. We heartworm tested him. He was negative. We prescribed him Simparica Trio. I prescribed him trazodone for his anxiety at home. And then he also was limping, so I prescribed him some carprofen which is an anti-inflammatory for the limping.
And then when is the next time you heard anything about Turbo?
So I didn't hear anything about Turbo, except for this case, which is why we're here today, and that was in December of 2021.
There was an exhibit introduced, it was states number 10, an email, and you may not have it with you, but it's an email that Ms. Robertson sent to, in regards to her attempting to get in touch with someone. Do you recall that?
I never received an email.
I'm saying, do you recall seeing that email today?
Oh, yes, I saw it today.
Yeah, were you familiar with the email address that was listed there?
No.
Okay. Was that your email address?
No.
Do you know anything about the online pharmacy, I guess, other than its existence?
That's all I know is that there was an online pharmacy.
Okay, so let's talk about this Google review. Do you have an independent recollection of the events of that day?
I do have what was documented, and being a veterinarian, because so much happens and transpires during my day, especially of seeing so many patients, it was just, I guess, I always documented everything as it happened and as it was told to me, so that's what I have.
And so the Google review is included in the medical record. Is that your explanation as to why it was included?
Yes.
When did you become aware of the Google review?
So on the day that I contacted the individual who wrote the Google review, which I believe was documented December 6th, and it was brought to my attention by someone in the practice.
So once you read the review, what did you set out to do?
So as with any concerns, no matter where it came from, I always asked someone to provide me more information so we could get to the, understand and make sure we had a resolution for every concern, complaint, or, gratitude.
So then what'd you do?
So when the Google review was presented to me, I asked, again, someone, a receptionist, to help her if they could get more information and we could get to the bottom of it. And it was found, the Google review that was brought to my attention was listed by the J.C. Robertson. So I asked to get some, if someone could call her, get some information, and they did, and they said, for whatever reason, maybe I should call and talk to this individual because they couldn't find where initially, I think this person presented with the pet. It was maybe the foster person at the time.
Tell us about your conversation that you had with Ms. Robertson.
So as the Google review stated, it just said, they weren't able to get their heartworm prevention. Being in South Carolina, again, as a veterinarian, I think we wake up, and veterinary technicians, veterinary professionals, wake up, go to sleep, heartworm prevention. So obviously, we always want to make sure the pet's receiving the best care. And so when I saw that, it kind of took me aback because I make sure every animal has heartworm prevention. And so when I contacted her, again, I hadn't met this, to my knowledge, this person. I don't know if they had met me, but just, said, asked what was going on. She said, she had called multiple times the office to get records and needed her dog's heartworm prevention. She wasn't able to get it. And then she told me, in fact, she was able to get it through our online store. And so I asked her, I said, the Google review states that you weren't able to get it. Is there any way, we can correct that?
Or to remove the whole review, the entire review?
No, I didn't even know you could remove a review. I was just asking, to correct. I was calling to correct what the concern was.
So that specific portion of the review you wanted corrected?
Yes, if that was even possible.
And why was that something that you asked her to do, if she could?
So during this week, I believe this was the third, again, Google reviews, people were posting things and I took them seriously, were coming in. So just wanted to, again, make sure people and their pets were getting properly taken care of, and we were doing our job to provide ethical care.
Did anything else significant happen that week prior to you being notified of this Google review?
Yes, I had been in contact with Tracy Adams regarding 2 other cases, which she had me go around and send her all of the information that I had.
And so 2 other cases, are you saying that's when you first learned of 2 cases being filed against you? Or complaints?
Yes.
And how did you come to understand that the board or LLR looks at Google reviews?
Someone in passing had mentioned that to me, or either another, veterinary colleague, that maybe something had happened previously to them.
So if that is not true, you didn't know that it was not true?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this. If you could go back, would you refrain from sharing that which you believe to be true, that the board looks at Google reviews?
Yes, because apparently, again, what I'm told and what happened, at the time, someone in the clinic was constantly saying, be careful, LLR. And so I mentioned that to this person, my recollection was the conversations where, I've been calling so long, finally someone's calling me back and you're the doctor, why do you care so much now? And so I was just saying, this, obviously I couldn't say what had happened, but with 2 other complaints, I was under a lot of pressure to make sure I did everything right, rolled out the red carpet, treated everyone with utmost respect. So yes, I was definitely paying attention to Google reviews, or any review, any customer, any receptionist, anyone that, I could address.
And to be clear, it's not the fact that it was a negative review, but that specific comment was inaccurate factually?
Correct.
In retrospect, can you agree that telling an owner of a pet that the board looks at Google reviews might not have been professional?
Correct, and that's what believe I'm learning today, is that the board doesn't look at reviews, but.
Did you, as you're having a conversation with Ms. Robertson, she is a new owner, what is the import of that?
So I wasn't even aware that she was the new owner, because I believe, to my recollection, was At some point, she had been into the vaccine clinic side, so maybe I never met her, saw her, but a previous pet. So her information was already into the system. So when the Google review was posted under Cheney Robertson, someone brought me the information, said, hey, I believe this is her. We didn't have the, we just called to find out about what the comment was about. We didn't know who the pet was. It was that day that Cheney told me, yeah, you wouldn't have this dog in your system because it was under Melissa Rodkey, who was the foster at the time. And so I explained to her, no problem, we see this all the time. Just she wanted me to refill his medications. And so when I looked, I saw the carprofen, trazodone, Simparica Trio, explained to her that we needed to have a VCPR, a veterinary client-patient relationship. It wasn't pet. It was pet dependent, but also individual. I would be happy to refill any of her medications. I would just need her to physically come in to the clinic. We could have a conversation, meet us, we could document it because I actually had to examine the animal. And at that point, it had been 9 months. So I'll be honest, I don't know that I would have remembered everything about Turbo. So I was willing to do whatever she needed, wanted the pet to get the best care. It's just we needed to transfer, the ownership, what she was stating. She had the dog, she had a prescription, but it was under a previous owner.
So, was your ability to continue to prescribe or authorize medications, for lack of a better word, sort of conditioned on there being a VCPR?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So then, what do you do?
So she told me that she lived in Simpsonville and that our hours were not conducive with her work schedule and that she wanted to just transfer to, I believe it was Cleveland Park, Simpsonville. And I said, no problem, I'll get the records to you. She gave me 2 fax numbers. I believe one was Cleveland Park, one was another fax number. And that on the medical record, going back through this, shows the fax where under my guidance, whether I was the one or had someone in the office, immediately we faxed it to Cleveland Park and to her as well. Also in my nature practice, anytime I'm calling another clinic colleague for records or sending them, we try to notify. And again, this was several years ago. I hadn't even seen a fax machine since then, but that's how all of the records at this practice were faxed. So I would have someone or myself at the time. Sometimes it was faster for me just to pick up the phone and call than find someone walking through the hospital and ask, hey, can you do this? So in this case, I called Cleveland Park and, advised I was sending records over. From what the lady on the phone told me was she already had an appointment scheduled. So I was just sending records so they would know who to put the fax with on the record.
And you mentioned earlier about documenting things as they happen. And so does the documentation that is in Turbo's medical record support your testimony as well?
Yes.
And so to be clear, the allegation is that you withheld a patient's medical records and access to prescription medications in exchange for the removal of a Google review. Is that what happened?
No, I wasn't aware that you could remove a Google review. And I only asked, as I stated to her, my only concern was that she stated she wasn't able to get heartworm prevention. And again, as a veterinarian, that was just something that's sensitive to me, is that I want to make sure all animals are receiving care. And so I asked her just to, could she modify that comment?
And so when your Turbo's name, do you have any idea how much time went by between December the 6th and then just whenever you heard Turbo's name again?
I believe it was in October or the end of 2022, and it was at that point, when either a conversation with investigator Tracy Adams,
Might it have been the interview?
possibly.
Let's back up. So, some you are notified by Tracy Adams about another complaint,
Yes.
and that's this one.
No, it was another case which has already, I believe, been distributed. So a case named Bear, again, I wasn't given any information. So at that point, it was just based off of any information we could even think of or find.
Well, and in regards to this case, what happened once you got notification from Tracy Adams that there was a complaint filed against you and the case number was 2021-105?
I believe it was, so I was sent a letter stating there was a case and it was just assigned 2021-105, but no information. So December, sometime in December of 21.
Would you take a look at Respondent's Exhibit Number 1?
Okay.
Is this the notification that you received?
So yes, December 8th, 2021.
Okay. And so at this point, what information did you know about, did you have as it pertains to what this, what the allegations were?
So I really had no information other than what the LLR letter stated. The allegations are.
State.
What?
What did it state?
Oh, it stated, this, Dr. Belcher, this letter is to advise you the OIE has received an initial complaint concerning your practice. As required by law, an investigation will be conducted. The allegations are of failure to maintain/provide records. This investigation has been assigned to me. For our conversation, I'll be reaching out to you. I'll ask that you provide a written statement within 15 days of our meeting. If you need to contact me, you may reach me at the phone number.
Do you recall having a conversation about this with Ms. Adams?
So I emailed because we had been in contact. I had, again, was cooperating with her on other complaints, so I had her email, and I was able to email her and ask, could I get some more information, because I was responding to her letter. I'm responding, I'm aware, I just need more information.
So when you got notification of the prior two complaints, did you have enough information to know what was going on?
Yes, with the prior two, yes. She gave me everything I needed. Matter of fact, we settled those two complaints, I believe, in the same day.
So then, Respondent's Exhibit Number 2, can you tell me, can you read that?
So this says, again, my email back to Tracy, could you provide more details such as client who filed complaint so I can review, file, and send documents before I leave the country? Thanks and have a wonderful day, Dr. Belcher.
And then Exhibit Number 3.
Monday, December 13th. Good morning, Dr. Belcher. Again, an email reply. I'm responding to case number 2021-105 only because at this time I do not have a letter of representation for this case. If once you obtain legal counsel regarding this case, I can no longer communicate with you. All complainants are confidential. I'm not allowed to disclose the individual that filed the complaint. Thank you.
And in your email to her in Exhibit 2, it looks like you asked her if she could provide more details, such as client, but you didn't get any details in response. Is that right?
I received no details at all.
Was that strange to you, given your interactions with Ms. Adams regarding these other two cases, just within that week?
Yes, because like I had mentioned, I think this was the third time in a week she had we either called or emailed, and we had the first two, I complied within a few hours and sent her all the information. So this was unusual that I had no information.
If you would have been provided with the name of an animal, and we know that it's Turbo now, would you have provided that Turbo's record to her?
Absolutely.
There's an allegation about you sending Investigator Adams records of an animal that was not related to this case. Is that true? Is that something that happened?
So at the time, again, I was just given no information. So as I was doing previously, I was sending Investigator Adams all the information that I had. So I just basically...
Let me stop you and ask you this. With your first two complaints, you had enough information to immediately provide her information.
Correct.
But with this complaint and with the other one, you did not have that same amount of information.
I had zero information.
Go to Exhibit number 4, please.
Okay.
And can you tell me what this response appears to be in response to? The email response on the sort of the bottom half of that first individual page, not the stapled page.
So on March 3rd, 2022, Investigator Adams emailed and said, I can provide you with some information, but I cannot disclose the complainant. The allegations are of you diagnosing an animal without performing an examination on the animal. If you would like to discuss this further, please contact me.
And is this, the picture on top, is that what she provided, the information that she did provide to you?
So
on the one-page document?
Yes, that appears to be medical record or a review.
And there are redactions there?
Yes.
Did you at one point notice anything regarding the redactions?
Well, the names were taken out.
Were all of the names taken out?
Dates,
Were all of the names taken out?
yes.
Look on the second paragraph of that first single page.
Yes.
That second paragraph,
Of the photocopied.
that's right. Actions, but did you notice anything else regarding those redactions?
The redactions and that the client had filed a complaint.
Was the animal's name not redacted at some point?
This, what I have was, no, it wasn't. I believe in a conversation somewhere along what she mentioned to me, so I knew what records to send. And this, the Bear case was essentially assigned case 2118 that was again dismissed.
2022-18 maybe?
2022, yes.
And so is that why you sent this medical record to Tracy Adams in the stapled part of exhibit number 4?
Correct.
Do you have the state's exhibit number 9?
Yes.
Can you identify that?
So on the first page, it's a letter from LLR Board in the matter of anonymous to Cleveland Park Animal Hospital office manager.
Have you ever seen that before?
No, the first time I even saw this was the end of the year 2022. And the second, actually, I take that back. The first time I even saw this was, I believe when first time I met with you. It didn't have my name on it, and these letters never got to me. They were always to the office manager. And so I don't know what the office manager did with these.
But in June 2022, you did not know that there were subpoenas sent to the clinic regarding a dog named Turbo?
That's correct.
And even though the name of the clinic there is not, is the address where you used to work?
I believe the direct address is correct, but it was addressed to Rice Creek Animal Clinic, so I don't know if that letter even made it to the office manager, but it never made it to me.
Were you ever asked for Turbo's medical records?
No. The only notification I was given was from, my understanding, the current owner, Chasey Robertson, and that same day when I spoke with her is when I sent her the medical records.
But once this complaint was filed, and I understand you didn't know what the complaint was about, but at any point thereafter, had you ever been asked for Turbo's medical records?
No.
So Tracy Adams never asked you for the medical records?
Correct.
If you were asked for them, would you have provided them?
Absolutely. I provided them to the client that within a few minutes of me being on the phone with her.
Let's take a look at, I believe it states exhibit number 6, the emails.
Okay.
There are individuals, well, first, it looks like all that started with Tracy Adams reaching out to you in September 2022.
Yes.
Had you heard from her at any point before then, from December?
No.
That was a poorly worded question. Prior to receiving that email, which I understand was not on the day that it was sent, had you heard from her since December of 2019 as it pertains to this case?
No, this was the first time I had heard anything from her about this case, was almost a year later.
And you had other cases pending at the time?
Correct.
Was she talking with you directly on those cases? After the complaints were filed and you may have done some initial things?
She was communicating with me and at the time, the Zurich malpractice appointed attorney, Ross. But this was the first time I had heard anything at all from her.
Did you, so in response to her email, you did respond in October, is that right?
Correct.
And then there are additional emails, it looks like you forwarded the email from Tracy to others, is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell us who those people are?
Yes, so the one individual is Laura Bailey, a veterinary colleague of mine that works in the Caribbean. And over the last 8 years, I've been doing volunteer work in the Caribbean, usually post-hurricane or disaster. So I, again, had no one to talk with about any of this. And then the other individual was actually an attorney that helped me set up an LLC. I used to own a designer scrub company. So when I got the, again, all this information just playing in the back of my head, Tracy telling me she couldn't tell me anything, I didn't have an attorney. I reached out to two people and I never gave any information at all about this case, but basically I just needed help. And at the time I knew I was about to leave the country again and go help out in the Caribbean. So I inadvertently definitely did not mean for Tracy, to be included on the email, but I was trying to notify my colleagues that I needed some help because I was having these complaints against me. I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to go and do relief work. And then again, the mention of an attorney, I just didn't even know really where to start because the attorney friend of mine at the time, again, said, I can't help you unless I have any information, and we had no information.
Did you identify the second person? The attorney friend?
Yes.
You said you didn't share any information with them regarding this case. Did you have any information to share with?
I had no information to share, so I couldn't have shared anything.
And did you use profanity in these emails?
No.
Who did, if anybody did?
It looks like that was from Laura.
Tell me your thought process regarding your statements that you felt like you were being bullied.
Yeah, I felt like I was being interrogated, harassed, bullied. It was definitely taking a toll on me. Just making sure I was doing due diligence and ethics to provide the best care that I could for people and their animals. So yes, I definitely felt intimidated, threatened, bullied, because again, all of this is weighing on me and I have no information to even, I would have loved to have had this conversation that day and been finished with all of this, but it's been 4 years.
And you asked for, did you want additional, admittedly, Tracy Adams invited you to give her a call, right, when she reached out in December?
Correct. And she and I would either call or email, and then, we had the meeting. And of course, I was always willing, I was always willing to give records or information.
Did you, in those other two cases, did you do anything with the information that she gave you before you talked with her? Or did you just jump on the phone and talk with her?
The other two cases, it was a combination of both. The one was anonymous, but I talked on the phone with her. She had me email her, fax her, take pictures, send thick records to her. So I always communicated with her at the same time while I was helping resolve the cases.
And when you sent her all that stuff that you just said, was that on, when did you do that in regards to when you were notified of the issue?
I gathered that information the same day, within a few hours. I obviously had to wait until after hours, after work, but yes, the same day.
And it's been discussed that you went to a patient's, or excuse me, a client's house. We don't want to litigate that at all, but can you just explain why you did that since it's already been raised?
Yeah, so the initial complaint that was received to our office was an individual about their pet. So we responded to Tracy, and at the same time, we called to check on the owner. The owner informed us that she was disabled, didn't have a car, didn't have a phone. She noted that she had missed my repeat phone calls to her, and I told her dog, as a Chihuahua, had a urinary tract infection and really needed antibiotics, and she said she didn't have any way to get there, but she only lived 2 minutes away from the clinic, and I offered to either someone take it to her or we could Uber it to her, and she told me it would be fine if I brought it to her after work, and so that's when I went to the owner's house, as the owner invited me. And I conveyed that information to Tracy. She knew that I went there, and the owner thanked me, and I think the owner even was back in contact with Tracy to say that, I had brought the medication, and she welcomed me.
Did that owner, did you ask or direct that owner to withdraw her complaint?
So the owner and I stood outside and talked, and the owner told me she had filed a complaint to the board. The owner stated that she was a former nurse, and she saw these complaints come through all the time, and nothing ever happened, so she felt bad that she had filed a complaint. She didn't think anyone would even listen to her or even take her complaint, and so she told me she would be back in touch with Tracy, and that's the last I heard about the case or the owner. I've never had any contact with the owner.
Regarding the interview that took place in December 2022, at the time that you were being interviewed in reference to this case, did you have any information about?
So the only information I had in the interview was, Tracy asked me, why did I not send her records for this case? And I said I didn't have any information to send you. And then she mentioned it was Turbo, Rodkey, or Robertson. And so that's when it clicked to me, and I said, well, I was under the impression that the owner did have the records, and so if the owner had filed the LLR complaint, which we know today, the owner would have had those records to send back to Tracy. But I never received any information to let me know who to send, other than Mrs. Robertson, who I complied with again immediately that day.
Tell me about your involvement, any community or professional involvement that you have.
So I'm involved with, outside of professional work, I'm involved with the Street Dog Coalition. I don't know if anyone is familiar with that. And I do that in Greenville. I do it with a nonprofit. We basically go around and help out those in need. So we call it Helping Both Ends on the Leash. The main organization was founded in Columbia, South Carolina. I was one of the founders, myself and another colleague, and then I kind of started the Greenville Upstate chapter. I'm also involved with the South Carolina Association of Veterinarians, so I was just the guest speaker. Some of you may recognize me or may not if you were at the conference a few weeks ago, so I was the guest speaker for exotics and pets, and this is my third invitation, being invited to the State Veterinary Conference, so I enjoy that. I also help out with the State Veterinary Emergency Response Team, so that consists of first responders. And then I'm also, one of my passions that I really enjoy is the South Carolina Animal Cruelty Crimes Investigation, so I'm heavily involved with that. So outside of being, my professional meeting clients career, I do a lot of giving back, helping animals that, again, foster a lot of the animal cruelty cases that are being happening in South Carolina. I volunteer my time as a veterinarian to help out.
When's the last time you mentioned going to the Caribbean to help out? When's the last time you did that?
So I actually just got back. I'm also on the list pending to go to Jamaica to help out.
And what sort of stuff do you do when you do that?
So usually as a veterinarian, we show up to help in these third world countries. It's pretty much anything. We build fences, we get the cattle, the farm animals kind of round back up. We treat the pets. Most of them are heartworm positive. Almost all of them are heartworm positive. We do test, treat the animals, just kind of help the people have a sense of somewhat establishing back some kind of normalcy of life.
First time I don't know if you recall, I believe the first time I talked with you, you were doing something at Table Rock earlier this year?
Yes, so earlier this year, there were fires in the northern part of the state in western North Carolina. And just with my other involvements, I know a lot of the fire departments, a lot of the police and the fire department had called me to ask about some horses that were on the mountain, and I helped. We got those animals off of the mountain, off of Table Rock, and treated the smoke, basically the residual smoke effects they were having.
How has this case affected you in your day-to-day?
It affects me tremendously. It bothers me, and I think if it didn't bother me or someone else, that would be a true issue. But my goal is to help everyone, people and animals, again, all species. Going back to my growing up wanting to be an exotic wildlife, large animal farm veterinarian, I'm on, can treat a frog to a giraffe, cows, goats, horses, dogs, cats, rabbits, everything in between.
Have you learned any lessons from this situation?
Yes, I have learned. Again, this was in 2021. I've been practicing. I haven't stopped practicing since then, so have never had any complaints before this, and I haven't had any after this. So my main, what I've learned from this is I still am trying to figure out what to do to be a better person, because all of these complaints seem to come at once. So I don't know if I was being targeted or a certain individual, but I've learned, again, I work with law enforcement, SLED, police. So I know that information is confidential, but also when I'm given information to reply immediately. And so usually the cases that I'm on are either subpoenaed or a signed letter handed to sign receiving. So that's the main thing that I've learned. And again, I've always treated people with respect, and I hope that I always will.
Do you feel like your conversation with Ms. Robertson back in December of 2021, do you feel like you were being aggressive or aggressive?
Not at all. I was just trying to explain to her why I couldn't authorize the new prescriptions. Was my understanding, again, the state policy of having an established veterinary client-patient relationship. And I don't know if that came off as being aggressive, because maybe the misunderstanding of how veterinary medicine works, and we need to document everything. But I didn't, there was no, don't feel like I was being aggressive at all. I was trying to help and offer resolutions.
And you've had how many complaints filed against you?
4,
Or how many are remaining?
this one.
Okay. And what happened to the others?
They were dismissed. The one that, I guess the letter of caution, I did not learn about that even letter or the board's decision until I met with you in April or May of this year, so about 4 years.
And to be fair, that we sort of met at the same time that the letter was issued.
Correct.
That is all I have for you. Please answer, Mr.
All right. Let me start with an exhibit that your attorney did not ask you about, and that's exhibit number 4. Looking down at the bottom where you say another win, another tropical vacation, what does that mean?
So this is the first time today that I've seen this. I don't know what that meant.
This is Christy Belcher with your picture, LLR complaint, South Carolina vet schools. This is you, right?
That looks to be me. Like I said, I was very frustrated. I was concerned, felt bullied. I believe I even mentioned to Tracy, I felt like I needed, I needed a way to defend myself, but I had no information to provide, to offer.
And one of the last questions you answered on direct was that when you talked with the complainant, in this case, you didn't feel like you were aggressive.
Correct.
Are you capable of being aggressive?
I hope not.
Are you capable of aggressive speech?
I hope not.
Does, quoting your public Facebook post regarding an LLR complaint, that some anonymous person wants to completely ruin my life, is that rather extreme speech?
That is how I felt.
And this could mean jackpot and time to travel. What does that mean?
Basically that I was ready to just get this behind me.
Why jackpot?
Jackpot.
Not a lot of money? Not a win?
I'm not really sure what that meant.
Am I wrong to read a public post like this as possibly a threat? Like, if you file complaints against me, number one, you should be paying the court costs for all this, and this is jackpot for me. It's time for me to travel. Another win. I'm not sure why you say another, but another tropical vacation. I'm just trying to get where you're coming from.
So I don't know what date this was, but if this was years ago, a lot was going on in my head, and again, I did feel bullied.
All right. When you were interviewed by Investigator Adams, you declined to identify who Laura Bailey and the attorney were that you'd CC'd on Investigator Adams' initial email to you. Is that correct?
I just said that Laura Bailey is a colleague of mine in the Caribbean, and the other individual is an attorney in Greenville that helped me with an LLC.
All right. Well, you didn't tell Investigator Adams that, did you?
This was several years ago.
All right. Well, like I said, your attorney asked you about that. She asked you about who these people are that you're CCing on a communication from Investigator Adams saying that if I don't hear from you by October 7th, 2022, I'm going to move forward without your statement. Right? You get something like that from an LLR investigator, and you start CCing it to other people.
Objection, misstatement of facts.
I think I got it right, so that's my response to the objection. I'll wait for a ruling.
What's the,
CCing as opposed to forwarding.
is it telling the email if it was CC'd or if it was forwarded? I can't really tell.
It says CC Laura Bailey.
So she was copied on the email.
Yeah. Copied on the response. She certainly wasn't copied on by Investigator Adams in the initial.
I'll withdraw my objection.
Thank you.
All right. One thing we didn't touch on, and you did touch on a few of my questions for Exhibit 6, so we saved some time here. But one thing we didn't touch on was, I was curious, on page 3, and I can give you a copy of Exhibit 6 if you need to see it, but you said, again, the bullying in South Carolina, please pass along to international legislatures, exclamation point, exclamation point. Why international? I'm just
Well,
curious.
So at the time this email was going back, or the whole case was during the time I was going back and forth to the Caribbean, and I had applied for my veterinary license in the Caribbean, and it had the Caribbean international legislatures, the governor and USDA on there. So again, I was worried I wouldn't be able to practice or go to volunteer. So had, obviously, I wouldn't have, looking back, yes, I wouldn't have, risked anything.
You agree it was inappropriate to include other people, outsiders, in a communication from LLR about an investigation that's ongoing?
I do.
And you would admit that you were hard to get a hold of, and it was difficult to schedule interviews with you to go forward?
I don't, because again, I was at work every day, and so the door was open. Anyone could have come in and talked with me and asked me for information. With as much as was going on, checking email, and again, what I do now with the state and veterinary forensics, I understand that for a true investigation, things need to have some kind of alliance, and needs to be repetitive. So a true investigation for what I do now with animals is a signed certified letter with a signature. An email looking back, I think someone asked what I learned. All of this is not the best way for either side to be sitting in a room like this. We should all be together at once, have everything open, honest, and conclude things in the same day.
All right, I hear you. You were asked and talked about this patient of yours who filed a complaint, and you were good enough to go to her house and bring her medication. Is that true? You remember that? You were talking about that?
Yes, there was a complaint filed, and she couldn't get to our clinic to pick up her medication. So we offered, and I went that day, gave it her medication.
You say you offered? You surprised her that day at her driveway, didn't you?
No, I called her. No, she welcomed me. She, matter of fact, told me where to go, what her house looked like. It was under construction. She had a car parked in the front yard. She would meet me out on the street.
She invited you to come?
Yes.
Okay. And this is Judith Farmer, the registered nurse in Taylor's?
I believe that was her name.
And did you tell her that because she filed a complaint against you in a review that you may have to close your business?
Yes, because she told me she had filed a complaint with the Labor Licensing Regulation Board. So initially, that to me says my license, labor regulation could be affected, and I was the only one at the practice. So yes.
All right. So you met with her, and then she did an about face and she wanted to withdraw her complaint against you. Is that pretty much how it went?
According to what I have and documented, my interaction with her that day was she didn't mean any harm. She couldn't get in touch with anyone, and that she would be reached back out to Investigator Adams and, yes, withdraw her complaint. So I was sent at a later date a formal letter saying that the complaint had been dismissed, and that the owner who filed it, we had, settled her concerns.
And did you also mention to her that she had injured, she had injured your reputation?
I explained to her, again, LLR, licensed labor regulation, it does affect a reputation. It affects a livelihood. It affects the ability to be who I am as a person.
So would that be another jackpot if somebody?
I don't know why you keep going back to this word jackpot.
Well,
But no.
it wasn't my choice. It was your choice, wasn't it?
Well, again, LLR stands for Labor Licensing Regulation, and so, again, that was my concern, was labor licensing and regulation.
I don't have any other questions. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Mark?
So, Mr. Roberts and Turbo's owner's recollection of events about your conversation with the review are incorrect? They're false? Is that what you're alleging?
So,
That you said that you would help her with the prescription if she withdrew the review? Is that?
well, let me answer that. I don't know or not aware if you can withdraw a review. But
So you're saying she said that you said that multiple times. That is her statement, that she said that you said multiple times that you would help her with the prescription if she withdrew the review. Did you say that? Or is her statement false?
I believe the way it went was I was telling her, again, had to be an established veterinary client-patient relationship, and I could help her. I couldn't help her take away the review, and I couldn't do anything about the medications that she already had.
Still not answering my question. Is her statement true or false, the way that she has it written in her complaint?
That's not the way I perceived it.
Saying that that is not true.
Correct.
Any other questions from the board? Does the state have any reply testimony?
No, thank you.
There are no other statements, then we can move to the closing statements. Mr. Elam, you have the choice of going first or second.
I'll go last.
Ms. McConnell?
State contends that these alleged acts that have been discussed today in regards to the Google review, the compliance with the investigation, and confidentiality issues, they contend that these acts violated statutes and principles regarding professionalism and ethics. And we do not agree. We've heard testimony that Dr. Belcher did not withhold a patient's records and prescription medications in exchange for the removal of a negative Google review. We've heard that, and we have also seen that written contemporaneously at the time of those events. As she testified to, and as she wrote at the time everything was happening, she asked for a comment to be removed because it was factually untrue. If there was anything that was conditional, it was Dr. Belcher's ability to prescribe medications moving forward. And again, that is evident in her testimony and in the contemporaneous medical record. And that is in compliance with what she understands to be the law. With respect to the allegations regarding her failure to comply with the investigation, you have heard that she did try to comply. Ms. Adams may have been a little confused about the objective emails, but Dr. Belcher testified that when she got an email from Ms. Adams on December the 8th, 2021, she responded and asked for additional information in the way that they had interacted with each other in regards to the prior two cases. And Ms. Adams admitted that she could have given the pet's name, but she didn't do that. She gave Dr. Belcher no information, and so she has a complaint that's been lodged against her, and it's vague, and she has no idea what it's about, and that's what's on her mind, in addition to the prior two complaints. Again, those were dismissed. With these emails, the only egregious one wasn't from my client, and, you know, she has admitted that those are not professional. There's no hesitation about that from her. She's also explained her state of mind at that time, which should be considered. To copying individuals or forwarding messages to individuals being in violation of South Carolina Code 4069-120, the legislature imposed confidentiality obligations on the regulatory body, not the accused. There's no express prohibition on the licensee discussing their own case with third parties. And most importantly, she had no information to discuss with these other individuals. And frankly, statutes that restrict speech must be construed narrowly. They can't be extended by implication. The reference to code, or excuse me, to the case 2021-102 and that letter of caution, we believe that that is inappropriate. That letter of caution is being used retrospectively, and that's just simply not fair to Dr. Belcher. She did not receive that warning before the incident regarding the Google review. Dr. Belcher, she is an established professional with a lot to lose, and I know that you all understand that, but I just need to say that for the record. These allegations that the allegations that she violated some ethical and professional rules during our time together today, I hope that you all have been thinking, you know, did she indeed violate these things, the PVME that's been laid out and the statute that has been laid out as well. Again, there are some admissions on her part regarding professionalism, and there's no question about that. But overall, we certainly don't think her actions amount to a violation that is license being taken away from her, her livelihood. It's regrettable that Miss Robertson had trouble getting records. That's an administrative function that had nothing to do with Dr. Belcher, and she shouldn't be held accountable for that. And ultimately, I think that Dr. Belcher's character is certainly something that has developed over the years. She's learned a lot about herself, and we just would ask that the board would take all of that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Still.
Thank you. I think the board has probably done a pretty keen job of keying in on what the problems with Dr. Belcher's behavior are in this case. In Exhibit 2, in the initial complaint by Chasey Robertson, she stated that the board looks at those reviews and could affect her license. Not honest. But even more important, she stated multiple times that if I would delete my Google review, that she would assist me in purchasing medication for my dog. Yes, Chasey had problems trying to get records. She explained to you that she got some medication based on an old prescription, and she was frustrated that she wasn't able to get the new prescription for the dog. And it's possible that Dr. Belcher is right about that. You're actually a new owner, a new prescription. I want you to come in and have a VCPR. That's probably fine. But when Dr. Belcher gets on the phone and says multiple times that if I delete the Google review that she'll assist me with purchasing medication, then that's over the line. That's unprofessional. Is Dr. Belcher capable of that kind of unprofessionalism? It's even kind of an aggression. Well, I'll trade with you. You take this down, you get what you want. I think you see signs of it, Exhibit 4. We looked at the extreme language in Exhibit 4. You see kind of an impulsiveness in Exhibit 5, sending records that aren't even asked for. And by the way, if you see redactions in any of these records, these are redactions prepared by the state for today's hearing. But if you look at page 2 on Exhibit 5, the record that wasn't asked for, you've got a note in there that says client filed complaint with LLR, and it's signed Christy Belcher. That's in a medical record. With the emails that were sent in Exhibit number 6, note that the dates of the emails are September, after the deadline in October. Dr. Belcher gives the first response, and then she starts getting a little bit more aggressive as the day progresses. 8 o'clock in the morning, rarely check email, apologize for just getting around to this. Does that sound like somebody who's hard to get together with an interview? Yes, it does. 12 hours later, never received anything, bullying. International legislatures should be apprised of this. And CCing people who are not involved in the case. Does that sound like kind of an aggressive, passive-aggressive response to the investigation? Maybe a lack of respect for the investigation? I submit that it does. And I note that by September and October of 2022, you've already had Exhibit 9 sent out. That was a subpoena for the medical records. Dr. Belcher can say, well, it says office manager, it says Rice Creek. It does say 707 East Stone Avenue, Greenville, South Carolina. And if you look at Exhibit number 3, you'll see in the medical record, that's the address at the bottom of page 1 in the medical record, so it's certainly the right address. Investigator Adams testified this wasn't even the first one, this was the second the second subpoena that was sent out for the records, and obviously it had the name of the patient in the records. Exhibit 7 from the state is simply showing that Chasey Robertson did indeed have plans to take Turbo to Cleveland Park, and did in March of 2022. It's completely consistent with what she was saying. Exhibit 10, the email, sure, that email from Chasey might not have gotten into the hands of Dr. Belcher, but the point of that email is to say, or to see where she says, "My new vet and I have both been calling for weeks. Could someone please give me a call? I'm trying to make an appointment for my pet." Okay, so it's just a signal that this is one in a long stream of attempts to communicate to get the medical records. One of the violations alleged is failure to supply the medical records. I admit that's not the strongest of the allegations. The strongest is what happened and what was spelled out in no uncertain language and testified to in no uncertain language by Chasey Robertson from that stand. And that really, the worst thing really is the effort to barter taking down a bad review in exchange for the medication for the animal. Submit to you the different things that we've pointed out here all show that Dr. Belcher is capable of an aggressive attitude, and that's the kind of attitude when she's not standing in front of the board. That's maybe the kind of rhetoric that you might hear from her, a little bit less professional, a little bit more aggressive. And that includes the talk that she had on the phone with Chasey Robertson about that review. Appreciate your attention to this case. I've already read out to you the alleged violations in the case. They are at the end of the formal complaint. I'm not going to read them again, but I submit to you that sharing unasked for records, unprofessional conduct in and of itself with respect to the public, maybe some dishonesty in interactions, saying the board looks at these and it affects my license. The need to be honest and fair in all representations. Adding to a medical record that a formal complaint was filed when you're not sure, guessing at it. These are things that are violations. These are things that do cross the line. I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elam. Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Thank you. This case has been submitted, and the board will take it under advisement. Is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice?
Motion to go into executive session for legal advice. Brown.
Second, Mayfield.
All in favor?
Aye.
Well, everyone, please
Coker.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
One,
If they,
somewhere.
We've already come out of executive session, so we're back. There was no vote taken during executive session. Is there a motion to the distribution of this matter?
There is. Brown, there is a motion to find the respondent in violation of violation SC Code 40-69-110A11, specifically PVME C1. We find that there was tarnish and damage to the professional image aspect of that. We find that the quid pro quo arrangement, the bartering of the removal of the Google ad to obtain medicine was in violation. We'd like to issue a public reprimand. I apologize. We do not find violation in Section B, which is Code SC 40-1-1101F. In regards to the violation, though, we do want to issue a public reprimand and assign a fine of $500, which is paid within 60 days of the receipt of order. And we'd like to issue 2 hours of CE in regards to veterinary ethics to be completed within 6 months.
Is there a second?
Moore, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The decision we announced today expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this case. Vice counsel for the board will present an order which will fully express our findings and conclusions in the appropriate language and format. After the written decision is approved by the chair, it will be the final order. You will be provided a copy of the final order by mail. Thank you. We'll now move to our second hearing. Hearing is in order. This is a matter of Terry Vaughn Eads, DVM. The purpose of this hearing is to the South Carolina Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners is to consider case 23-90. Does any member of the board have reasons to recuse themselves from this hearing? Seeing none, it is my understanding that the parties will present a consent agreement. Is this correct?
that is correct.
Balaam, if you want to present the consent agreement.
Thank you. I know there's some newer members on the board, and they may not be familiar with this procedure, but there is such a thing as a consent agreement where when the investigative review conference gets the case, sometimes they feel like they're comfortable authorizing a document that says, these are the facts, these are the violations, and then they kind of step in, and that's kind of stepping into board territory right there. And these are the sanctions for the violations, and that's a consent agreement. And if both sides sign the document agreeing to the facts, the violations, and the agreement, then the next step is to present that document to the board to see if they'll accept it. Traditionally, the other side doesn't even show up for this. It's just up to me to sell it to the board. So that's what I intend to do. I have 4 solid copies. If anybody has trouble with the computer and can't see your computer copy, if you're more comfortable handling paper, it's just going to go to waste if someone doesn't claim it. I'm happy to hand it out.
Since I can't read. Boy, some trees died today, didn't they? Yeah.
So what happens is the board eventually votes on this. Most boards here, they've delegated the authority to the chair to decide whether to sign these or not. But the veterinary board is a little bit different. The whole board votes on it. And there's no opportunity for me to change anything in here. We accept the whole document or we reject the whole document. And that's partly because the other side's not here to negotiate or to see something's changed after they've signed it. Without further ado, this is a case where the respondent admits he's been licensed to practice vet medicine in South Carolina since 2006. And he practices at Marlboro Veterinary Services in Blenheim, South Carolina. March 22nd of 2022, the owner of Major, a 9-year-old Yorkshire Terrier, first brought Major to the respondent at Marlboro Vet for a painful rear hind leg. That doesn't end up being the real problem. According to the owner, the leg had sustained injury a few years earlier. Major was diagnosed with patellar luxation, lameness, overweight, a few other things, and most relevantly for this case, periodontal disease. Regarding that diagnosis, the respondent avers oral surgery was recommended at that time, although the communication was not recorded in the medical record. The owner did not pursue dental treatment until months later, December of 2022. On or about December 1st, the owner brought Major back to have a raised, partially black dermal mass checked. At the time, the owner expressed concern over the dental health and agreed to schedule a dental procedure concurrent with removal of the skin mass. And that was set for December 20th of 2022. Major returned on December 20th. Owner signed a surgery dental treatment consent form that recited the risks of possible complications of tooth extractions, including jaw fracture and surgical procedures as well. The consent recited that the risks had been explained to the owner and that positive results could not be guaranteed. The owner marked yes for the statement. I give permission for the doctors at Marlboro to extract teeth from my pet as necessary. Once the respondent began teeth cleaning, he determined that periodontitis was worse than initially suspected, and apparently 7 teeth had to be extracted. During removal of a canine tooth, respondent observed Major's mandible was fractured. The medical record does not reflect if it was on the left or the right side of the jaw. Both of the canines had been extracted, so 15 months after surgery, respondent could not remember which side had fractured. Other than the fracture, the surgical procedures went uneventfully, although the record for December 20th, 2022 doesn't reflect that a fracture occurred or that it was communicated to the owner. The medical record for the follow-up visit on December 7th, a week later, mentions no malodor coming from fracture site in mandible. There's no evidence of negative after effects of the fracture or of any procedures or treatments in general that went wrong. Major appears to have received routine medications in early 2023, and the respondent avers another of owner's pets came in February of 2023 for dental work. In other words, the fracture didn't appear to affect the relationship between the client and the veterinarian. Yet another pet of the owner came in for behavioral issues in April of 2023. Respondent avers at no time did owner express dissatisfaction with Major's treatment on December 20th for the tooth extractions. However, on or about August 23rd of 2023, a long time later, owner filed a complaint against the respondent with the South Carolina Department of Labor Licensing and Regulation. She recited that something, she got the date a little bit wrong, but she says on 12/21/22, took my dog Major for dental procedure. They called me around 11:30 that day to tell me his teeth were worse shape than I thought and needed to extract more than they initially thought. When I was called to pick him up, just before closing time, Dr. Eads explained that he broke his lower jaw during extraction. Staff told me there was bleeding and it was not a cause for concern. When the dog was given to me, he was cold, lethargic, bleeding from his mouth, his tongue hanging out. I rushed home immediately, put him on a heating pad and warmed his body. It took forever for him to come around from sedation. My dog would not have looked any worse had he been hit by a car. This is all date and punctuation as in the original. I didn't change the grammar. A few sentences unrelated to the procedures ended the complaint involving some other unspecific hearsay. LLR's investigator, Natasha Mitchell, was appointed to look into the case. She spoke to the owner, who further complained that Major had not been given any antibiotics after the surgery. Investigator Mitchell communicated with respondent and in follow-up received from him a written statement rebutting the complaint allegations. In detail, the respondent initially said listed his routine surgical protocols. Then, regarding Major, respondent specifically related speaking with the owner to disclose the fracture and admitting failure to record which side of the mandible was involved. Talking to investigator Mitchell, respondent avers he further explained that with loss of lower jaw teeth, the tongue may hang out. A respondent related no dissatisfaction was expressed by the owner at discharge, and the jaw was healed nicely. At the follow-up visit, at which time still no dissatisfaction was expressed. He mentioned the two other pets the owner brought in for treatment after Major surgery and pointed out that a significant other of owner's close relative left employment at Marlboro Vet under less than ideal circumstances on April 24th, 2023, 2 days before the owner asked for Major's December 20th, 2022 surgical records, implying the subsequent complaint was a vendetta for that. Pursuant to subpoena, investigator Mitchell got the complete medical records. They are available for you to look at. They're labeled 1, and the written statement, that's the medical records, Exhibit 1. The respondent's written statement to investigator Mitchell in March 18th, 2024 is Exhibit number 2. It's available for your reference, but it would not be a part of this document were it to be signed and filed and become a public document. And that's why we do it that way. The case was reviewed by an expert in South Carolina veterinary surgical practices, specifically a South Carolina licensed doctor of veterinary medicine, board certified in veterinary surgery. That's reviewer 1. He had access to the owner's initial complaint, the respondent's written statement to investigator Mitchell, and to the medical records of Major. Reviewer 1 found that respondent's treatment of Major did meet the minimum standard of care required by the veterinary medical profession based on the patient's medical history and needs. Respondent was found to have adequately warned owner of possible complications of surgical and dental procedures. But as to respondent's record keeping, The reviewer one determined that it failed to meet the standards required by the veterinary medical profession. Specifically cited as lacking were the following, and there's a catalog of 9 different items that the reviewer selected. No physical examination noted on the day of the procedure, pre or post procedure, to record the patient's status, progress, disposition at any time. Only the patient's body weight was recorded on the anesthesia induction sheet dated on December 20th, which was the day of the removals. B, the body temperature is not recorded in the medical record nor on the anesthesia induction sheet, pre or post procedure, although respondent averred this was done through electronic monitoring. C, there was no progressive anesthesia monitoring sheet provided. The anesthesia induction sheet documented only injectable medications, dose time and route. The code list in the patient chart indicated use of isoflurane, but there is no setting for the vaporizer or percentage inspired. Reviewer 1 noted that respondent in his written statement to Investigator Mitchell had averred monitoring electronically during the procedure and acknowledged that the charted procedure item code 709 cardiopulmonary monitoring suggested that this was the case. That's part of the record. There's no record of the every 5-minute pulse and depth of anesthesia, though. Though the codes in the medical chart suggest a reversal agent was given, as respondent's written statement backed up and averred, the anesthesia induction sheet failed to record the time or route of the administration of the reversal agent, see the blank spaces, but did record buprenorphine as stated. Patient's extubation time was not recorded, see the blank space. While reviewer 1 conceded this was not a requirement of LOR guidelines, reviewer 1 emphasized that the data would have related to patient safety and potential status at discharge. The medical record contained no mention of the amount of time that passed from end of anesthesia to discharge, nor patient status at any time. F, there's no written report of the procedures performed aside from the dental chart, which did not appear to document the mandible fracture, nor that an additional procedure, skin mass removal, was performed. Reviewer 1 presumed dental extractions were noted by the X's over the teeth that you see in the record provided in the diagram, and by code entries in the chart. The skin mass removal appeared to be documented in the codes 642 lumpectomy minor. Reviewer 1 urged that at a minimum a brief summary of surgical procedures is recommended. G, reviewer 1 noted that standard use of SOAP format was not consistently used in each visit in the medical record, although reviewer 1 conceded this format may not be specifically named in the practice standards. It would be of benefit to corroborate respondents' care and patients' progress. Reviewer 1 observed that for decades, SOAP has been the standard format for medical records and is well documented in both human and veterinary medical training. H, in the medical record, the reviewer saw no documentation of client communications, which took place to corroborate respondent's later written statement. There is no noted direct communication between respondent and owner of any concerns noted in the complaint. And I, there is no printed client care instructions documents included in respondent's medical records for Major. After receiving this report, which essentially again said that there is no substandard practice but substandard record keeping, it was decided to further submit the case to an expert in South Carolina in veterinary dental practices. So reviewer 2, who was South Carolina's licensed doctor of veterinary medicine who completed a residency in veterinary dentistry and oral surgery and had been board certified in veterinary dentistry for a decade, was our reviewer 2. Reviewer 2 opined that regarding Major's treatment, respondent met the minimum standard of care, particularly noting periodontal disease can destabilize jaws due to potential bone loss. This condition can heighten the risk of certain fractures, particularly when strategic teeth such as canines are extracted. Tracking the complaint in the medical record, reviewer 2 noted extractions of the lower canine teeth will often result in the tongue lolling outside the mouth and that blood in the saliva for several days later is common as patients eat and drink, chewing on their surgical sites. The reviewer further noted that recovery from general anesthesia commonly takes 24 to 48 hours as patients metabolize all the medications used, even if the medications were reversed, and senior patients may take longer. Reviewer 2 cataloged the positives in Major's treatment, including adequate informed consent for surgery and extractions where the risks were outlined, pre-anesthetic testing, patient intubation, multi-parameter anesthetic monitoring, perioperative analgesia, reversal of anesthetic medications, direct disclosure to owner at discharge regarding the complication, and no negative consequences at the 6-day follow-up. However, Reviewer 2 had to venture outside the medical record to assume some of these positives due to lack of complete data in the medical record itself. Although Reviewer 2 ultimately did not say that respondents' record keeping fell below the minimum standard, Reviewer 2 noted numerous omissions from the medical record that, if included as recommended, would have provided helpful information and documentation for respondents' services provided and care recommendations to owner, and would have alleviated confusion regarding treatments without a question to the standard of care. Reviewer 2 enumerated the following shortcomings in the medical record. So there are 5 shortcomings here. Again, this reviewer did not say the record keeping was substandard, but they pointed out these shortcomings. Medical records lack a full anesthetic monitoring sheet and only lists the anesthetic induction medications and peri-anesthesia medications used and ETT used. They do not list the extubation time. There are no signatures or initials of individuals administering anesthesia. No vital signs are listed perioperatively or throughout the anesthesia. Reviewer 2 explained that a full anesthetic monitoring sheet is important to detail how stable or unstable a patient is during anesthesia and the perioperative period and what steps, if any, were needed to intervene. And B, the dental chart is provided but fails to list any diagnostics such as periodontal probing exam, missing teeth, or other dental pathology findings other than 1M over a tooth. There are teeth that have X notating the teeth extracted. Reviewer 2 explained that dental charting, just like medical record exam findings, are important for assessing a patient and determining why a tooth is treated. Each tooth has a diagnosis and treatment, for example. If a tooth has a 10 millimeter pocket as a diagnosis, then it explains why it was surgically extracted as the treatment. C, the surgery report was lacking for the oral surgery provided, just as for any other surgery performed, a surgery report describing the procedure per Reviewer 2 was important to provide details in the medical record, such as a location of surgery in the mouth, tooth treated, if mucoperiosteal flaps were used, any bone removal, tooth sectioning, and suture type for closure. D, client communications were not noted in the medical record other than the signed consent form for the patient. Reviewer 2 recommended that communications such as phone call logs, email logs, and other in-person discussions, especially about complications, be logged as part of the medical record. And E, the discharge forms were not available in the medical record to outline aftercare and monitoring. And those reviews are attached, Reviewer 1 being Exhibit 3 and 2 being Exhibit 4. When I say attached, not in the official sense that they would get published with this document, they stay private, but they're available for you to look at. So in that sense, they're attached. The conclusions of law that the respondent and respondent's attorney, Kristen Susi at Rogers Townsend, agreed to and signed off on are that respondent admits his actions referenced above in this matter are a violation of 4069-110-1A, in that the respondent violated this chapter or a regulation. Specifically, respondent violated Regulation 120-8-B in that he failed to make and keep adequate written medical records regarding patient Major. And that's the violation that he admits to, poor record keeping. The sanctions recommended are that the respondent shall be publicly reprimanded, number one, and number two, that the respondent must take 2 hours of continuing education, board approved, above the normal requirement in record keeping, and provide written documentation to the board or its designee within 6 months from the date of the board's action on this consent agreement. Contact hours received for these courses will not be computed in the calculation of the total required contact hours for licensure. The rest is certainly very important, but it's more boilerplate. Those are the highlights of the consent agreement. On the last page, you will see my signature. You'll see the signature of the respondent's attorney and the respondent. And I do apologize, Dr. Bryant, I did not realize he would be presiding today. We do have Christine E. White written in. If the board were to vote to accept this consent agreement, therefore concluding this case, I would simply just have you cross through her name or write your name and sign it, Dr. Bryant. With that, I'll be quiet. I can answer questions, but I can't alter anything in the document. I can't alter the sanction, for example.
Just curious, after the first reviewer found the issue, why did it go to a second professional reviewer?
Probably. I hate to give you a probably answer, but I'm going back in my memory banks. All these cases involve steps, procedures. I suspect this case was sent to a reviewer by the investigator in the case before it went to the IRC. So it went to the investigative review conference with the expert reviewers finding, and the IRC thought we'd be a little bit more comfortable if you had an expert look at this case who's actually an expert in dentistry as well. Because, the first review said that there was a violation in the record keeping, but there's no violation in the standard of care. So I think it was just a precautionary move. Sure.
This is more of a statement. Do the reviewers actually know what the actual minimum standards are? Because a lot of the things they wrote in those as violations there are not violations.
Well,
I mean, they went way overboard on some of that stuff.
well, I guess that's where we kind of get into the human factor. I would say yes. Every reviewer that we have in our stable of reviewers has submitted a resume to the board. They were talked about by the board, and they were voted on and accepted as reviewers in these cases by the board. Now, there's input for decision-making. When we get cases, when investigators get cases, we have to decide what reviewer is going to hear the case, and hopefully we plug the right reviewer with the right background into the right case. But that's part of the job. They have to know what the standard of care is, and they have to articulate it. The reason for this stuff is the board doesn't get to give evidence in a case. And so if we go to, that's why we get these expert reviews nowadays. If we go to trial, there's got to be some testimony about what the standard of review was, so it doesn't come back on appeal constantly.
Anybody else have any questions? Thank you. The consent agreement is submitted today, and the board will take it under advisement. Is there a motion for distribution of this matter, or is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice?
Brown, motion to accept.
I have a second to accept the consent agreement.
Second, Coker.
All in favor of accepting the consent agreement signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
That's wonderful. That if I may approach you, Dr. Bryant, for your signature on this. Once I obtain it, I'm going to run out of the room and make a photocopy or two and bring the original back to the court reporter and have it marked as Exhibit 1. and put into evidence.
Sounds good.
If I may approach, sir.
I need to strike out Dr. White's name, or are you? That's a misnomer.
Pesto in your garage, do you?
Letters out of newspaper and paste it on.
That's us. Okay. All right, sounds good. Let's move to new business. CE audit discussion.
Well, this is a lot of fun. I'm okay. Sorry, we're doing this after such a long hearing. I believe at some point in time I emailed the entire board, but I know that I've been keeping Dr. Bryant and White kind of in the loop. CE Broker had a programming error that was making it impossible for me to get an accurate list of your CE stuff. But I am happy to say, as of this morning, about 10 a.m., it is fixed. And I also have to thank Dr. Wallace, who, I think it was a vet tech who had come to her for an issue that was unrelated, but it made me look at a veterinarian and see that not only had it taken away the requirement for veterinarians to have monitoring and prescribing controlled substances, it also did not give you any credit if you took it. So the good news is, I think at the last time we met, I told you that noncompliance was something like 20%. It is not. It is like 10%, which is, I think, wonderful. I mean, I should say noncompliance, what people have entered into CE Broker. Just for your information, the total number of licensees that show up in CE Broker currently as not complete are 375, which is approximately 10%. 296 of those are veterinarians, and 79 of those are veterinary technicians. So it's about 10.5% of the total veterinarian population and about 7.5% of the total vet tech. So that's kind of what we're looking at. So what we'd kind of talked about would be that I would send an email out and say, hey, we're going to do an audit, get your CE for the period ending March 1st, 2025 into CE Broker. But at that time, the number was more than double this. And this is a manageable number. So in order to get the audit done as quickly as possible, which we would not be able to do before January because people are traveling this time of year, we have staffing. Also, we are hopefully coming to the end of a pretty rough dentistry audit, which included over 1,100 people non-compliant. So it's a very different ballgame. Due to the lessons I've learned from other audits, and of course, I want to know what you all think, but I believe that if we notified these 375 people in the beginning of January, sometime in the first week or two, that you are being audited, go into CE Broker, upload your stuff, and since they had to have completed the hours already, I think we give them 15 days from the date of the letter, which will give them a minimum of 10 days from the date they receive the letter to get those hours uploaded into CE Broker. And then we can go from there. I don't know if when we audit them, If we find that they're deficient or they've submitted something that doesn't count, which leads to a deficiency, if you want to then give them more time to correct it, because it was my understanding that there's no grace period. They had to be done by March 31st. And then we need to know what you want to do with licensees who were not in compliance with the CE requirement for the licensing period ending March 31st of 2025. So that's kind of where we are. 10% is really a good sample size anyway. So we're starting off with the people who just didn't get everything uploaded. I think that is good. There we go, sorry. After I've had to remind other people that I'm not talking in the mic. So I don't know what you want to do with that. I know that for some of the medically related boards, and dentistry included, they have offered in the beginning a private non-disciplinary consent agreement that gives them 30 days to complete any deficient CE hours they did, and it comes with a fine. Their fine is $500 regardless of license type, but you might, if you wanted to do any type of fining, by the way, you may want to look at a different fine for veterinarians and veterinary technicians or not. And, or you could go straight into a public disciplinary, or like consent agreements or what. I'm not making any recommendations, of course, but consent agreements would be, those would be the easiest way to do it instead of bringing everyone before you for a disciplinary hearing. And if you were to do that, you may want to, because it's going to be just very standard, they have their hours or not, you may want to, for the purpose of the audit, delegate to the board chair the ability to sign off on those, which really staff just inserts their signature and gets them served. So what all do you want to do? Yes, I know that dentistry does. I believe the Board of Medical Examiners does. The Board of Nursing may. I'm not sure what pharmacy does. But because I have dentistry, that's why I'm so intimately familiar with theirs. It is my understanding, while you can't have private discipline, since if it starts out as non-disciplinary, it can be a private order, and you can fine them for it. And then it stays private as long as they meet the requirements. If they don't meet the requirements, you've got to decide what you want to do. Does their license get immediately suspended? That becomes public. Do they come before you for a hearing? You know, what you might want to do there. The reason that I know the Board of Dentistry, and I understand some of the other boards, start out with a private non-disciplinary consent agreement and a fine and give them 30 days to complete their deficient hours, is it's a stern warning, if you will. It gets their attention, but it's not public discipline, or some boards go right into public discipline. Some boards, it is my understanding, require, and I believe some of Mr. Stewart's other boards might even do this, require anyone not in compliance to come before the board. But I don't know if you want to do that. So, I mean, you're welcome to, and hopefully it's not going to be 375 people out of compliance. My guess is it is no more than half that number. I hope I'm right. Just people maybe forgot to upload something, or, that happens sometimes when they think that the provider has reported on their behalf. So I'm hoping we will not have anywhere near 375 people who are out of compliance once we get this audit done. But that is all for you all to decide.
Who has the authority to establish this?
You do? I mean, the board.
Oh, it's working. Do you have any idea, are any of those non-compliance an issue with CE Broker, kind of similar to the technician that I was referencing? Because she tried multiple times to contact them to correct it.
I do not know. I do know that when they had not had monitoring and prescribing controlled substances as a valid subject, nor did they have it as a requirement. For the veterinarians, the number was a lot higher, 79 vet techs, but the good news is if they were in an audit, so with an audit with CE Broker, and I probably should have brought this up, I apologize, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, and I think my brain is just not working. When you are selected with a CE audit, when we're using CE Broker, there is a special audit screen that licensees can go into regardless of their account. So if they even have the free basic account, and they can look back and see everything they submitted for that period. They also have access to free telephone customer support with CE Broker, and some of you all may know that if you do not have a paid account with CE Broker, you don't have access to that regularly. But during an audit, if you're selected... I don't understand. Sorry. And Siri doesn't know what I'm talking about. During an audit, they would, if they were selected in the audit, they would have access to that. So just on a procedural administrative end, for CE Broker to put their names into an audit, to open up an audit, they have to send an email to the people whose email addresses they have on file already, letting them know that they've been selected for an audit and tells them how to get into CE Broker. We will also send them something in writing in the mail, the agency will, that will let them know that they've been selected for an audit and what they need to do. Then CE Broker has a nice little automated pass-fail where we get to set the language, but if someone passes their audit, we just hit the pass button. It sends them a email, and it'll say however we want it to be, but congratulations, you passed, have a good day. And if they don't pass the audit, it would be, what would we use for that? I will say for dentistry, we don't have a fail. We have a fail button, but we're not using it because what it results in is disciplinary action. So we contact them the old-fashioned way, not by using CE Broker. But that does make it nice if someone passes, because we don't have to mail them another letter. We just hit pass on the screen. I'm not sure if that answers your question at all, Dr. Wallace, but we would find out if they're noticing when they're audited and they're going in and they're not seeing something. They can contact CE Broker customer service. They can also call us. I will say, we have learned that if you hold multiple license types, your CE may or may not go to this license. For instance, it's not, oral maxillofacial surgeons are often dually licensed as medical doctors and dentists. And it's very different things. But what I was going to say is, but we have people who also have a real estate license, or they have a massage therapy license. So some people maintain licenses completely separate from what you're doing, and it may not be related at all. But in those cases, when you go into CE Broker, because it applied their hours somewhere else, when the licensees have told us this, I've been able to contact our client service representative, and they're able to go in and verify for me what was submitted, the dates they were taken. And CE Broker does not have the ability, apparently, to move things from one license type to another, but what we do is we just make their balance zero in CE Broker for that licensing period, so it doesn't back apply hours they take.
Don't we need to figure out kind of what we want to do first? I mean, I know we're talking about all these other
Yes.
options, but I think we need to decide.
Those aren't even options, they're just procedural
I mean,
things,
as a
yeah.
board, I think we need to decide. I mean, I like your thought process of, everybody that's not in compliance gets 30 days.
What, 30 days? We can do 30.
I mean, wouldn't y'all think that's, And then after if you're out of compliance, you don't have your thing, give you 30 days to correct it. And, I mean, I guess you could charge some administrative fine there. And then after that point, if you still don't have it done, I feel like your license probably needs to be suspended. That's my thought process. I think that's a starting point kind of for us to get going. Right.
And that's a good question too. And I apologize, I have to remind y'all to speak in your microphone. I get, people watch you on YouTube, believe it or not, and they can't hear. And I can't always hear. And that brings up a good point. You did not have, before your regulation changed on May 28th or 23rd, one of this year, the ability to grant people a waiver or an extension if they had, circumstances such as medical. If you wanted that to back apply for people for this audit period, maybe, you may recall the members who were on the board at this time, I'd let y'all know that you didn't have such a thing, and you'd had a few licensees who were going through maybe chemotherapy or something, right? And we didn't have an extension to grant them at that time. If we could back apply that to people who have extraordinary circumstances, what sort of guidelines would you like for us to use for that? Because I have no problem doing it.
We're
We just
9
need
months
guidelines.
post when it was supposed to have been done, though.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
I mean, I don't think we need to backdate anything at this point. We're already 9 months out.
Yes,
So,
that's
I mean,
correct. What I was saying is, if you don't want to, and Dr. Moore, I apologize, I may have misunderstood, but if someone had a medical condition during that period, that licensing period, and did not complete their CE by March 31st, do you want to give them a pass if they have documentation or something like that? And then move forward from there? I don't know.
I think we handle it on an individual basis. If somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I was in cancer treatment for the last year and a half," I mean, I think we can definitely look at
Do you want them to
I think that would
just-
allow the chairman to make those decisions, was what I think.
Okay, so that
Since
would.
Dr. White's not here.
Right. You're just going to assign her. When you're not here, you get volunteered, right? And that would be great too if she's and I think she probably would be willing. She's usually very responsive when we send her applications to respond to, and there shouldn't be many if there are any. If y'all wanted to delegate that to the board chair, that would certainly be great for us too.
I think for, an exception like that, if you had a medical condition, I think, she would be just to consider it. But I mean, I don't know how many of those we're actually dealing with. I think kind of see where we are.
I know the two people who called me who are going through cancer treatments, well, and then one was, anyway, their concerns were the live CE because they had the anytime, but once they found out that they could do the live interactive webinars, they actually were able to get their live CE. And those, I know the two people I spoke with actually have gotten their CE. They're not on this list, so.
And with live CE like that, I mean, it really gives you an opportunity to take care of it, pretty much.
Right.
So I think I don't know what y'all think about it. I mean, send out a list in 30 days, give them 30 days to go through the audit process, the ones that are not in compliance, and then if they're not, give them a little while to get it under control. And if it's, I guess you probably need to charge some administrative fine if you hadn't done what you're supposed to do, but then I think we have to move forward with looking at suspending the license, I think.
So for the people who will give them 30 days to get everything uploaded into CE Broker, and then at the end of that 30 days, if they're still not right, we'll give them 30 more days to get it right, but with an administrative fine. Do you want that to be public, or do you want it to be a private, non-disciplinary consent agreement with a fine? And what kind of fine would you like?
At that point, I think it will be private.
Yeah.
The fact that you had got it in the 60 days, but after the 60 days, I mean, I think it goes public.
Right. So what kind of fine would you like with a private non-disciplinary consent agreement?
What's the license cost now?
Bear with me, I have to look. And
Isn't it? 300?
I should know this off the top of my head, but I do not. And I'm having to keep my computer awfully close because apparently when I'm sitting here, the entire internet can see.
Price of the license. I know if you let your DEA license go one day past, you have to buy the whole new license again.
Okay, for an application for a veterinarian is $175. The renewal is $340 now. And for a veterinary technician, the application for a new license is $50 and the renewal is $80.
What'll be the price of the license? $340?
The price of the license for both of them.
Okay, and the $340 is the renewal, $175 is an initial license. You want it to be the renewal rate. The fine would be the renewal rate. I think that's easy and fair.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. And then you want, if those conditions are not met, they would be administratively suspended until the conditions were met, right? And that would be public, of course, an administrative
Correct.
suspension is. Okay,
I mean,
excellent.
we get 30 and 30 at 60 days. I think that's fair.
Agree, okay.
There's a meeting every day you can go to. If you
You had 2 full years to get it,
And just to be clear, this is for that first 30 days for the audit, their CE had to be completed by March 31st of 2025. But if it was not, and they get that private non-disciplinary consent agreement, and that's fine, and they have the additional 30 days, those will be where they make up deficiencies, right? Okay, perfect. Thank you. You guys did that so fast. I thought it might be more complicated. So if everybody is in agreement with that, we just need a motion for it.
Motion to accept what we just said. Brown?
Would you like me to read it for y'all one more time? I don't mind.
Go ahead. I was going to say I could. Go ahead.
Okay, so in January, we are going to notify the people who currently show up as incomplete for their continuing education for the licensing period ending March 31st, 2025, that they have 30 days to enter all their CE into CE broker for that period. If they're deficient, they don't have all their hours completed by March 31st, they will be given a private non-disciplinary consent agreement with 30 days to fix their deficiency in hours. Veterinarians will be charged their renewal rate, which is $340, and veterinary technicians $80. And at the end of that 30 days, they're still not compliant, their licenses will be administratively suspended until they have met the requirements.
So they would actually owe $680 because they've got to pay the new renewal.
Already paid one.
Okay.
Just getting charged again.
Yeah. Right. So, and, with a suspension, I have a feeling just being suspended, I don't know, do you want to add any additional penalties there if they get that far, or just they're suspended and once they get it fixed, they can work again? Okay. Well, and it's this will be your first, I think, audit in a while, so I think that's fair. Okay, so I apologize.
Motion, Brown.
That's good.
Second on that?
Second, Mayfield.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So are all the veterinarians and technicians going to get some sort of notice that this is in effect now?
Yes, so what we're going to do is I've got to get the letter written, and I've got to get that done, and I will get Mr. Stewart to review it once it's done, because I want legal counsel to review it before we send it out, and we will get those sent out. We'll actually send them out by certified mail and by first-class mail, and they probably won't go out until it might be ambitious to say the first week in January. It'll probably be the second week in January, but they'll go out in January. And then we will get that ball rolling, so have 30 days. One thing we found with dentistry, and I hope it will be the same with veterinarians and veterinary technicians, a lot of them kind of panic, so they get everything uploaded and then call us so we can look at them and pass them or not right away, you know? So that makes it a little easier. And the number's manageable. 375 does not compare to the 1,160 some odd that we've had for dentistry. So I think that'll be good, so.
Sounds good. You want to talk about the travel request for Kansas City?
Yes, so for the first one is for me. It is for the 2026 Spring Summit for Executive Directors of boards, of the veterinary boards. Mine is covered in its entirety, but we like to get a motion just in case something falls through. I will also say I am on the AAVSB's Leadership Development Committee, so I will be there over the weekend as well, but that I don't need a vote for because they, well, I don't think they would fall through on anything, but that's something I'm already doing regularly. So just for the spring meeting.
Get a motion to, for approval for her to travel, for Amy to travel.
Motion to approval, travel, Brown.
Second, Moore.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, you're traveling.
Thank you. And I'm going to say this because I think it's important for everyone when we go to the next thing. When I travel and spend time with my colleagues in other states, and frankly, when I spend time with board members in other states, and this is what's important to you all, I learn so much about how to do my job better. And I think that many board members who attend national things probably agree that you get a lot out of the connections you get to make with other board members in other states and with my counterparts in other states. That said, the AAVSB also has, and this brings us to the next agenda, they do this seminar twice a year. In the spring, where you can only send one person, and then they do it at their annual meeting, which will be in Providence, Rhode Island in September. And as many people who want to go to that one can go. They have something called Board Basics and Beyond. Dale Atkinson, who is general counsel for the AAVSB, he used to be the executive director of FARB, which is the Federation of American Regulatory Boards. He is general counsel for a lot of boards. I worked with him for a long time with the International Conference of Funeral Service, for instance. He does a great kind of, here's being on a board 101, things you need to consider. It's also a really good introduction to the AAVSB, and you learn a lot about how every state is unique in some way or another. So the AAVSB will allow one person from every board to attend their Board Basics and Beyond, and this year it's going to be on April 24th and 25th. It's in Kansas City. They cover all of your costs. The agency, though, must pay $250. So that, like, a name and maybe backup.
Quick question. I mean, a couple years ago, like 4 of us went.
So it is my understanding that there was a brief period, and I think it was probably around the pandemic, and that would have been about right, where a lot of people weren't traveling at all. And so they didn't have very many people. It is now pretty much every jurisdiction's got at least one person. Well, I say one person. If I attend the spring meeting, I can attend Board Basics and Beyond separate and apart, but I don't, well, I'm happy to submit like a second name if one comes available. It is my understanding that for the past 2 or 3 years, that's not actually been an option because they haven't had the room.
Right. I know Dr. Mackey expressed some interest, but she said she would rather go in the fall with the new baby, so.
I think that is correct.
So you think we maybe pick one and pick an alternate if we can get 2 then?
That's right. And I do not know, but Ms. Bach, you may have committee meetings that same day.
I was about to ask, because I only just signed the stuff and sent it off, so I'm still not fully up to speed on what it's supposed to be, but I was going to kind of mark out those dates, assuming, because I think I'm supposed to be at some portion of it at least.
I think that's right. So with
If you're
the
there,
committees.
I think you would be able to go without counting as one of our people, too.
Well, so the AAVSB also has their big spring committee meetings. We meet in the spring and then we meet again in the fall in person and then intermittently otherwise. So usually those 2 days are you're fully in committee. But it does not hurt to have the option in case you don't have a committee meeting. Like, I know I'll have a committee meeting, but I don't have the official schedule for it yet.
Because I know when Tracy went, Tracy had committee meetings, and then she did the board basic and beyonds with us.
Did they do her committee meetings first?
4, yeah.
Okay,
So
so,
I don't know what they're doing now. Of course, that was 3 years ago, and it was like 4 of us went.
right, so
So-
they're simultaneously now.
Okay.
I'm a committee volunteer? Is that as my,
I think that's a committee member, but you are a volunteer. They pay for everything for you.
because it has it as, at least the attached stuff here for the 22nd and 23rd. It says summit attendees and committee volunteers.
So it
like,
does include committee volunteers.
It looks like that's 2 and then,
And it may be, and
I don't know, I can't tell, but.
so you may be able to, and that'll be something you'll need to ask the AAVSB about. But yes, you may be able to just automatically do it, because I could go, but I'll be in committee meetings from all day, both of the days, so I won't be able to do both.
We've got a couple people that hadn't been, too, so it'd be good to get. Does anyone really have an express interest they'd like to go? Want to go?
A lot of fun out in public.
It's
I'm just
actually a
saying.
good trip. You're really, you learn a lot. I mean, I went with Dr. White and Tracy, we were all out there together, and it was a really good.
It's a lot of fun, not that that matters, but it is fun. It's not boring.
Dr. Mayfield? All right, folks, we need one person. Come on, somebody step up. Or we're going to draw straws. How about that?
It is in April, and
24th. I mean, you fly out like on a Wednesday and come back on Saturday.
I think you go, yeah, you'll fly it on Thursday and come back on
Thursday.
Sunday. And just to let you all know, the AAVSB has a travel agency they work with, so you're not having to spend money on the airfare. They cover the hotel room. They have so you're not having to pay and get reimbursed, but they do reimburse you for your airport parking, your mileage from your house to the airport, meals, et cetera. But they also host, they call it Dining with Future Friends, which I highly recommend. That's where you really get to spend time networking and getting to know your colleagues in other states in a different sort of a way than sitting at a table all day, learning. So it is a nice event.
We may have a Marissa to see if he can get if he's allowed. So, which city is it? It's in Kansas City. You fly into Kansas City. It's about a 20-minute ride over there. It's real nice hotel, and
It is, and some people do bring their spouses. Of course, you would be responsible for paying for anything that your spouse, did, airfare, et cetera. But it's the Hotel Fontaine is the name of it. It's a very nice hotel, but it's also right by an area that they call Country Club Plaza, which is basically a giant outdoor shopping center. But they have amazing art museums in Kansas City. I mean, there's a lot to do if you were to bring your spouse. And the food is really good in Kansas City, I'm just going to tell you. And I'm a vegetarian, and I'm saying that.
It's a horrible question. Would she be allowed to come to dinner with us?
oh yeah.
Sure, yes.
Yeah.
You would pay for her food while the AVSB
Everything
would
else
pay
off.
for yours.
But when you go out to eat with everybody goes out to
Probably
eat,
save money here compared to normal.
you probably do.
You would, I think the way you do it is if you do the Dining with Future Friends is you I think you would just sign up 2 people because they have a set number of reservations for each place, but also, you know, you would be welcome to go on your own, and the AAVSB would reimburse you for your portion of the meal.
I think she'll go for that. It'll be a few days away from the kids. I'll volunteer.
So do we need to approve one person, and i.e. Todd at this point? If he has to back out, then
Okay.
Mark's going to go? So we'll
I'm,
approve.
I'm blocked out. I'm accepted. I got my approval by the board.
Okay, so excellent.
Let's make a motion to send Todd to Board Basics and beyond. Can I get a motion?
More moves to send Todd.
Coker seconds.
All in favor of sending Todd signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, congratulations, Todd. Thank you.
I promise you'll have a good time. And you will learn a lot. It's not just for fun, but when you're sitting in the classroom, if you will, all day for 2 days straight, you do learn a lot, but you do have fun at the same time.
We got to get him. Don't tell him he's going to be tired for 2 days straight.
Listen, you're going to eat really well, and I learned immediately how funny veterinarians were. I won't tell a story about a gerbil that the veterinarian's wife thought was dead, and he'd put the gerbil in the oven to warm it up, because I didn't know this was a thing, and I laughed very hard for a long time.
Hopefully Todd doesn't come out with stories like that. All right, let's see what we got next. Board meetings, do we need to approve those for 26?
You do, and I do want to bring
everybody-
up
Did you approve?
Right, I have a question for you. Currently, you've got still a meeting on Friday. For disciplinary, you've not had a disciplinary hearing on a Friday, and legal counsel or disciplinary counsel has let us know that Friday's not very helpful, because if you can't schedule a Thursday, the attorneys wouldn't be able to come on a Friday. Do you want to keep that Friday, or do you want to let it go? Because we have the room reserved, which means no one else can use it until we let it go on a case-by-case basis. What would you like to do?
I'd say let's just keep it, and if everything clears up next year, then we maybe can drop it back off. But at this point, because they they were really concerned about, being able to get the caseload down, and it seems like we've gotten it down pretty good, but let's go ahead and leave it that way for this year.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you. So yes,
Did everyone have a copy of everybody see the dates?
I do. Amy, can I ask one clerical correction? My name is actually just LaDon, not LaDonna. At the very end where it says board members.
oh, I apologize.
It's not a big deal.
Have 2 L's in my name, too. It's like goes back and forth depending on what paper you look at.
That fixed. Sometimes spell check gets it, and we have been, if I'm the proofreader, sometimes I know what it's supposed to look like, so I just read it that way. I apologize. We will make sure it's correct on everything. So I just need a motion and a second for that.
I was going to say, can I get a motion to approve the meeting dates for 2026?
Motion to approve, Brown.
Second, Wallace.
All in favor? That's good. One thing that's not on our agenda, we're supposed to have had a committee meeting for like 9 months.
Yes, you have. So I'm happy to give you an update on that. As you may recall, Aaron Baldwin, who was in the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, had requested a committee to talk about the VCPR in veterinary shelters. But then she left to go to the DMV to be general counsel, which is wonderful. But Mr. Elam did not have, I don't think he had he's not still in here, is he? No, I hope he could talk about it. I think he wasn't really sure which direction it should go. And it is kind of stalled because the people who wanted it, I think, maybe don't now. I think that is the answer. The municipal shelters are that's the conundrum, right? And Mr. Stewart could talk a lot more about that, but you've got the exemption and statute for municipal shelters. It's the governmental, I should say, not just municipal. So I think that was the big point of confusion.
So at this point, we don't have there's not anything pressing, so we can kind of let that,
That's, I
and see
think
if it
so.
come- okay.
I think that disciplinary council will let us know if we need to get that band together.
We don't need anything in executive session for any discussions? No public comments? Next meeting will be March 26th at 9 a.m. Anybody?
I have a question. Sure. So a question came up the other day. I was in a clinic at the other clinics in town. The owner placed on HeartGuard, and they only carried. They wrote a prescription for the HeartGuard, and the other clinic said we can't that prescription because we do not have a VCP. Even though you have a prescription in your hand, veterinarian says because the Board of Pharmacy will not let us act as a pharmacy.
That is correct.
That is correct.
You can only dispense for your own patients for which you have established the VCPR.
Even with the prescription in hand.
Right. No, you could take it to Costco or to Walmart or Target or CVS, or well, I don't know if CVS carries veterinary drugs, but I know Walmart, Costco, Sam's do. You can take them there and they can fill it. An actual pharmacy can fill it. But veterinary clinics, while you dispense your own drugs, or you cannot be a pharmacy for other people unless you're licensed as a pharmacy by the pharmacy board.
Well, how about if you happen to run out of a drug that you need ASAP and you get a drug, you borrow a drug from another clinic?
That's a question for Mr. Stewart there,
I mean, how many
because it's
times-
not the patient. That's not the patient going, but I don't know. That might be a Department of Public Health question.
My understanding at least was if you've run out of something and you're borrowing it from another hospital and either you are purchasing it or you're going to replace it, that because I'm making this up, but it was how I understood it, because it's like a supply exchange, even though it's medication, but it's not specifically for a patient, then it doesn't count. But I could be showing my rear end right now.
Well, no, because you would be the one who, for your patient, would be dispensing it. It's just so, right. So on that end, but on the exchange end, I'm Ms. Bacchus might be right. I don't know. But that might be a question for the Board of
So you're saying that
Pharmacy.
no one, if someone brings a prescription from another veterinarian to you, you cannot fill it?
Not unless you've established the VCPR. And that's on our website, by the way. But the Board of Pharmacy, you're not, if you don't have if you're a licensed pharmacy, like there are some.
Called other clinics over the years and got them to fill, somebody out of town or something like that and get them to fill that.
Client who's on vacation in Nashville and they drop their medicine and they need phenobarbital and
They have to come in and see us even, and most of the time, since I work emergency and specialty and stuff, everybody loses or leaves out their insulin or whatever, and so they're required to come in. We're not going to charge them the exorbitant fee because we try to be nice, but you have to still have performed some sort of a physical exam to establish that. It takes 2 minutes, but then you're on the up and up.
And I'll also say, in your example, I don't know what Tennessee's laws are, but I know that you would have to send something to a licensed pharmacy. In a lot of states, well, it is my understanding that it's not unusual for other states to also require veterinary offices and clinics to hold a pharmacy license as well. There's some controversy about whether or not most veterinary clinics actually need to be licensed pharmacies too, because the exemption is for the veterinarian-owned clinic, and most veterinarians don't own their clinic. So, but I won't even go down that road because the pharmacy board, I don't think, has fully fleshed that one out now. But yes, because you're not unless you have a pharmacy license as a dispensing pharmacy, and it's on your website, you cannot dispense to patients that are not yours. But if you establish the VCPR, of course.
so do you actually have to see the patient or can you walk in and just say, hey, okay,
I'm not going to give you legal advice about, well, I'm not going to give you legal advice anyway because I'm not an attorney, but the VCPR, I believe, says you have to have examined the patient, does it not? Yeah, I'm sorry, I've closed my.
Okay. Oh, okay.
You have to have examined the patient, though. Could be, I don't know. So,
I was stupefied.
I'm sorry. It's under the FAQs, and let me pull my laptop back up. I apologize for where. I think the whole world can see my laptop, which is why I keep closing it.
I receive a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Brown.
Second, Bach.
Done.